bless you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here at the Metropolitan Pavilion, and I also welcome everyone who's watching online. My name is John Zucchi, and I will be hosting this morning's very exciting panel. What's going on here? Well, I'll tell you what's going on. We have three wonderful guests, Jágos Tvedery, Suzanne Hendricks, and Luke Burgess, and they are here to speak with us about the metaverse, influencers, and cryptocurrencies. And they will be trying to dispel some of the ignorance that at least I have. My relationship with technology is best evinced by the fact that I have all my notes on index cards, which I wrote with a plume pen next to an oil lamp. So they'll be trying to dispel some of the ignorance that some of us feel, some of the uncertainties, some of the puzzlement that some of us feel in front of these three things. So here's how we'll go. So I'm going to introduce each of our speakers individually. They'll speak about their particular phenomenon that they're going to talk about, and then we'll have a conversation, and it's going to be fantastic. So Jágos, we're going to start with you.
Sure.
All right. So Jágos Tvedery is a professor of digital marketing and innovation at Swansea University in Wales, United Kingdom, and is also currently leading the International Journal of Information Management as its editor-in-chief. In his career, he has cooperated with various institutions from Australia, India, Malaysia, Mauritius, Pakistan, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom, and in recent years, he mainly investigates social media, knowledge management, marketing, and supply chain. He's also the lead author on a very, very interesting paper on the metaverse, which is why we invited him here. Mm-hmm. So, Jágos, welcome. And I'm going to start off by asking you, thanks to science fiction epics like Tron, Ready Player One, a lot of us have an idea of what the metaverse should be. And the reality tends to be a little less, or a little, it doesn't quite fit the image we have. So I'm asking you, what is the reality of the metaverse today, and where do the builders hope to take it in the next year or two?
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And greetings, everyone. Namaste, those who are online, and obviously those who are here. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for inviting me here. One thing you might be wondering, why we are here actually, why we are talking metaverse and social and crypto in this gathering. Well, I think it's very, very important and very relevant actually, in my view. Everyone may have their own perspective. The metaverse is kind of jungle. That's how it is at the beginning. No governance, no legal restrictions, nothing. So anyone can go there and do anything. So how actually we behave? How we make sure it's more safer and a place where everyone can go and have things to do what they want to do without being intimidated or being bullied or being harassed, Ethics, religion, philosophy. I think if we have element of these, we would not be doing anything wrong. And this is perfect place, actually, to talk about, to tell what are the dangers of these technologies, and then, actually, let you decide how we should shape these kind of new technological innovations, right? So that's why we are here. That's my own perception. Now, obviously, John said what it is. We all know. We all probably have heard the term metaverse, right? And we all also have our own perception about metaverse, what it is. And one thing I'm sure, we all also don't know what metaverse is, including those who are building metaverse. Honestly, because there is no metaverse yet. It's still in its very early stage of development. We have proto-metaverse, which I will talk about. They are precursor of metaverse, but we don't have actual metaverse that we are thinking would be the metaverse going forward, okay? So what is metaverse? Let me just put simply, metaverse is a three-dimensional, immersive, interoperable, virtual environment. That's what metaverse is. So three-dimensional, like we are sitting here. If we go in metaverse, we will feel exactly the same, right? And it's immersive. You know, when you go on social media, you do things, you interact with others, but you don't feel part of it. But when you are in metaverse, you will feel part of it, like you are here. I can connect with you, I can see you, and same way you will see in metaverse too. It's interoperable. You don't want the metaverse be like today's internet, right? And when I say today's internet, I mean social media. So you have Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, Pinterest, many other channels and platforms. What happens when you want to be part of those? Every time you go and you create your profile, your digital identity, right? Without that, you can't be part of it. So that pain that you have to now, go and put all your details and then you join that platform. Metaverse will be different. Metaverse will have one digital identity for you. At least that's what's been conceptualized, that you will have one identity. Means your avatars, yeah? Your avatars will be your profile. It will embody your characteristics, your persona within it. And that avatars is not going to be specific to each metaverse, right? It's going to be same, at least ideally, that it will be going to be same for all metaverses, okay? So basically, once you have created, it will go everywhere. You will be present through that particular embodiment in all metaverses, okay? So this is why it's interoperable. So is it already these things there in metaverse? Any platform is there where you can see these things? Immersiveness is there. If you go to Roblox or Fortnite or many other, you will find immersiveness. You will feel that you're part of that. You will interact with others as you interact in real life. But is it, this interoperable things is there? No, it's not there. And that's why we say metaverse is not there yet. It will take a few years. And I'm very skeptical about that aspect, if that will ever happen, because obviously, who is leading the development of metaverse? Commercial organizations. They have their own interest. And they don't want, obviously, to in same place and lose their competitive advantage. Yeah? So metaverse is not there. Immersive, because the interoperable aspect of the system is not there. So, in a sense, digital version of our world can offer people, opportunity to work, socialize, learn, play, and create, as we do in real life, okay? So there are two things I want to highlight. When you say metaverse, basically you say you're going to have a sense of reality. You're going to feel like real. And this is a paradox, isn't it? That you're giving up your reality and you want to feel like how reality looks like. That's a strange thing to do, yeah? Second thing, obviously, if you look at the novel Snow Crash, that came in 1992, they actually conceptualized it as the metaverse. Not metaverses, the metaverse. So obviously, at this moment, there is no the metaverse, it's the metaverses. And I think next 10 years, perhaps there will be no the metaverses. It will be obviously just the metaverses, you know? So that kind of distinction should be very clear. People generally talk and use the metaverse and metaverses interchangeably, which is not correct, okay? And obviously, how you access metaverse in today's world. I mean, at the moment, you can use even computer monitors, your mobile phone, and obviously VR headsets. These are the gateway to enter into the metaverse. But in real sense, metaverse is actually not when you are using the computer and monitor. It should be immersive. When you're using computer, it cannot be immersive, okay? So going forward, when we see proper metaverses, that will be mainly through the VR devices. Some might be AR, augmented reality devices, you know, goggles, and some might be the virtual reality devices, like the VR headsets that we have. So those things are there. Okay, just ensure I'm in time. And I mean, I talked about different differences between metaverses, so I'm not going to kind of extrapolate further on that. But I want to talk about a little more about state of the metaverse, okay? So many of us think that metaverse is a new thing. No, it's not. I mean, the term itself was coined in 1992. But actually, the first metaverse, many of you probably know, is the Second Life, right? Many of you may have heard. It's the Second Life, which came in 2003 and is still thriving. Lots of people are using it, which provide you opportunity to create your avatars, and through that, you can socialize and you can interact with others in virtual world. And also, the Second Life provide venue for virtual conferences. This kind of conference actually can happen in the metaverse, in the Second Life. So this was kind of the first one. And then you can see a number of them has come up. So Decentraland, for example. I mean, many of you may have bought land in that, right? In 2022, $2 billion worth land has been bought in the Decentraland, which is a metaverse based on blockchain, okay? So it's a decentralized, and user, whatever they buy and build, they can actually own those things on that. So they can build a structure, and they can build buildings and real estates, and they can sell those things in Decentraland. So that already exists and thriving, actually. We also have VR chat. In VR chat, again, it's a metaverse. You can create your avatars. You can create also virtual worlds. And you can monetize your skills, like you monetize in social media, for your own benefit. The Sandbox is another popular one, which is already there, but they are obviously building further that in future. So I have been given indication that I should quickly wind up. So yeah, so these are the kind of things. In conclusion, the metaverse is not there. Its precursor is there. While its builders like Meta, like many others, even Apple is in the same game. Microsoft is also trying to, take part of share of this world. They all hope to build something that is fully immersive, that is fully interoperable, and that is three-dimensional, where we can be as we want to be. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Very interesting. And we'll get back to some of these things. Susanna, you're up.
Ooh, I gotta top that.
Suzanne Hendricks is a globally recognized influencer and entrepreneur with millions of followers across their public channels on platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, Pinterest, Twitter, and YouTube. Her podcast, The Good Life, co-hosted with her husband, Stevie Hendricks, has had more than 21 million downloads. Celebrated equally for her beauty sense and for her inspiring message on The Good Life, she stands among the elite as a true social pioneer. And Suzanne, I've followed especially your YouTube videos, and they're really fascinating. And so it occurred to me as I was watching them, like, this woman started with 0 followers at one point, and now she has millions of followers. It's very impressive. And so based on that, I want to ask you, what is it that an influencer actually does? Especially
right.
Like, what do you do? Because it's like,
isn't that what we all ask?
And also, because it's like, it's obviously a lot of work, but like, what does all that involve? And also, is the term influencer, do you like that term? Do you think it's an accurate description of what you're really doing?
Right. I think not one. If another influencer was up on this stage, we'd probably have 2 totally different responses as to what we do and who we are and the titles that we go by. I think the term influencer is rather a new term, but the word influence is not. Every single person in this audience has their own spheres of influence in your community, in your household, whether or not an Instagram profile shows that or the number of followers that you have. Each and every single person in this room actually has that ability to influence. I think for me, I started this journey over a decade ago before, it became all of this that even you were talking about, that I'm sitting here and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so the future, and it's frightening too, For me, I see myself as a content creator. That's ultimately what I went to college for. I studied journalism with the heart and the intent that I loved connecting with people, and I loved how the power of stories allows us to do that. I never knew in a million years that those stories would be sharing my own personal stories and experience through the lens of these different platforms, but that's where God has sort of led my career, and it's been really cool and unexpected. But I was studying college to ultimately tell stories, and I think that's where there's so much power in the stories that we share and the stories that we create, where you can reach people, you can connect with people. So that's what always tugged at my heart, and that's why I thought I wanted to get into broadcast journalism and do that whole bit. And then I started a blog because I loved fashion and beauty. This was before I had kids, when I had a lot of time to, dive into all these things. And I just remembered it was like, yes, it was 0 followers. I think the views that I had were like my family, my grandma, my aunts in the Middle East were probably supporting and clicking things. But, you start out with nothing. But I guess I treated it as if there was 1 million people watching when there was no one. And I wanted to challenge myself to take this thing seriously, because I knew that the women who I was meeting in Los Angeles, which is where I lived at the time when this journey started, I realized these women are, it looks like it could be a lucrative business. I'm seeing these girls share their stories and how this is their full-time job. And for me, it was figuring out, well, how do I do that? And it was years and years of digging and searching and praying and trying to go to events and network, and it's so awkward when you walk in and you don't know anyone, and I'm like, you got to do this, it's part of it, and all those little things, I believe, were stepping stones, because they opened doors and opportunities that you kind of don't have answers for how those doors open, but you were in the right place at the right time, and you put in the work behind it. You didn't give up. And so fashion and beauty is where it started, and then I started to show more face and sharing some of the things in life that I was going through, because believe it or not, offline, you got a real life that you have to cultivate, that you have to nurture. And for me, it was at a time in my life when I was still figuring out who I was. I was still trying to get to know myself. I was like 23, 24 years old. So I was going through the journey of navigating social media, trying to be somebody that I felt like this community that I was starting to grow needed me to be. And I was, in a sense, really also not trying to lose that part of myself and just discovering who I am. And so it was amazing when I started sharing more of just life and just being as authentic as I could. That's when it wasn't just about growing the followers, it was about how do you keep them once you grow a community online, especially in today's landscape as we've seen algorithms smack us in the face and the ebbs and flows of all of these platforms. It can be consuming and overwhelming, and I think when you can, put in the work, but also more importantly, when you know your why. Like, why am I showing up every day? It no longer becomes about the excitement of growing followers. It's like I hit that million, and it feels like, oh, what a milestone. Once you get there, you're like, okay, now what? You have to know where your heart, the direction is. And so for me, it became the encounters I was having with the women that I was talking to online, the people I was speaking out to, creating content for, and then ultimately discovering, like, if I'm really going to do this for real, I need to serve this community. I need to be here for those women by being completely authentic in the season of life that I'm in. So nowadays, you're going to see a lot of videos and content of me with my daughters, because I've got a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old and a third one on the way. And it's like, it's a boy this time, so 2 girls and a boy. My husband's like, yeah. But I've found that in sharing parts of my life now in my family, it's become my business in a sense, and then you can raise the eyebrow and wonder, well, how much do you share of your life? How much are you comfortable with? And I have found a good balance, but for me personally, as an influencer, content creator, I feel like there is this generation right now, they need to see what marriage looks like. They need to see what family can look like. And if I can hopefully emulate that while also sharing that I'm a girl with dreams as big as my hair, it's kind of flat today, but, I would love to be able to lend my experiences in my life through these platforms to do that and to help hopefully inspire women and men and also just help them cultivate a life that they can love every day, despite not being where you want to be, because that's the journey we're all on ultimately. Yeah. So that's really ultimately what has led me here to this chair. 10 years ago, if you told me I was going to be sitting here with these guys, I mean, I don't know nothing about crypto and meta. I'm just like overwhelmed by it because I'm like, I don't want to lose the real life human experiences, but I'm also very intrigued. So I just feel really honored and blessed that my path has led me here today to be able to even talk about the influencer space, and it's just continuing to grow and evolve, my life and the influencer life. So I'm just really happy to be here.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I see why you have over 1 million followers.
It's because of my husband. He can do any accent in the book. He's a comedian, I'll tell you that. So it's probably him that they're here for.
So Luke, hello down there. Thank you for your patience here. So Luke Burgess is a veteran entrepreneur, author, and educator. He is currently the director of programs at the Sokolchis Center for Principled Entrepreneurship at the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C., where he is also a clinical professor of business. He's the author of several books, among which is the award-winning Wanting, The Power of Mimetic Design in Everyday Life, now translated in 16 languages. He lives in D.C. with his wife, Claire. And Luke, I've seen you on many podcasts now, watching, and you're very interesting. You're a very interesting guy. You're very interesting thoughts. And I want to ask you, cryptocurrencies are all over the headlines these days for good and a lot of bad now. But it's very possible to watch and read these things and really still have no idea, at least if you're me, have no idea what a cryptocurrency really is. Mm-hmm. So I ask you to embrace the challenge of addressing my ignorance in 10 minutes.
Me too.
and tell me, what are cryptocurrencies and how do they function?
Thanks, John. If you were at the opening event last night, you know that John requested 200,000 cryptocurrencies in compensation for moderating this panel. But he didn't say what kind.
That's right.
So, John, I can give you the 200,000 after this talk, but it'll be worth about $5, and you won't be able to do anything at all with it. So, I think we should start exploring what is cryptocurrency by just understanding what is currency first. Then we'll get to the crypto part. So, currencies, money, is, I think, one of the most important innovations of humanity. Not just a financial innovation, but one of our most important innovations, period. And traditionally, money or currency has three characteristics, okay? The first one is that it's a medium of exchange. It means that we no longer have to barter one thing for another. I have a really cool stuffed monkey named George. My childhood monkey, I found him, we just cleaned out my parents' closet, and I found him in my childhood bedroom. Turns out it's worth a lot of money, worth thousands of dollars, because it's a rare stuffed monkey named George. I think he's cool, but you might not. And I probably couldn't give you George in exchange for your car. But there are other people on eBay that will pay me a lot of money for George, and I can sell George to them if I want to, and give you money for your car. So mediums of exchange are very important, right? The second function of money is that it's a unit of account, right? It's a way for us to keep track of value. So I fly on an airline, I have my Delta Sky Miles, I know how many I have, they're there, and then I know I can exchange them for future airfare. So it's also a medium of exchange. And the third function of currency, this is the most controversial of them, the one that cryptocurrencies haven't quite figured out yet, is that it should be a store of value, right? Everything that I own, I can't take with me. I can't have it with me here. So I need places to put value. I need to be able to store value in different places. And cryptocurrencies have never become a stable store of value. They're very volatile, right? So storing value is not easy. I have value stored on my coffee, on my Starbucks coffee account. I know there's value there, but you know what? Starbucks just devalued my points on that because they control all of that, right? And then money can be devalued because we can just print more of it, right? Inflation devalues our money. So when money is issued by a central authority, they really control everything about it. They can make more, they can take it back, they can determine its value. And that third point right there really brings me to where crypto came from in the first place. So there was a desire to sort of solve that problem, and there was a movement towards decentralization. And I think this is a movement that's a broader movement in our world today, a movement towards decentralization, where people began to want to have communities in which they had control over the exchange of value and created new currencies where it could be exchanged on a peer-to-peer basis. So, when you use a credit card, when you use any form of digital currency, that's actually an incredibly complex transaction that goes through a clearinghouse. It's a very centralized transaction. What cryptocurrency does is it allows peer-to-peer exchange in a digital format directly from me to you, and it's secured by cryptography. So quite simply, cryptocurrency is digital money, digital currency, where the exchange is secured by cryptography. And usually the supply of money itself is determined through cryptography or through a protocol. That means that it's not up to the will of a single person, like a central bank, to decide when to make more or less or what to do with it, like raise interest rates, which affects the value of the money. So it really arose from this desire, I think, to form communities based on trust. We could have a communion liberation currency right now. We could create a cryptocurrency for this community by the end of the day. We could use it to buy the gelato out in the hall. I don't think anybody out on the streets would accept it from me. I probably couldn't go buy a pizza with it. But we could all agree that we were going to use that cryptocurrency to exchange. And the cryptography, the math, is the thing that keeps it secure on a peer-to-peer basis so that it doesn't need to go through one of these central clearinghouses. So that's the technical, just to answer your question directly, that's the technical part of it. But what's really going on here, right, which is the name of this session. So I like to think of reality in layers. And one of the panelists last night, I think it was Father Alex, he was admiring how Pope Benedict seemed to see levels and layers of reality that other people didn't. And I thought that was a beautiful sort of way to think about it. And we think about the layers of cryptocurrency, we need to go a lot deeper than what we read about in the news. We hear Bitcoin and Ethereum and the bubbles and the volatility and the price. That's just the surface layer, okay? Even in the crypto world and the blockchain world, we speak of layers. Like layer 0 is a technical protocol layer. Layer 1, there's different things built on top of it, and layer 3 might be apps, and those are the only things that you see. But all of reality has these different layers that we can look at. And layer 0 for cryptocurrency, in my opinion, layer 0 is a social layer. It has to do with the way that humans want to enter into relationships and interact. So it has to do with some fundamental human desire for freedom, right? Freedom to sort of have sort of more autonomy over the things that we have. It's a desire for trust, because there has been a loss of trust in many institutions. So this movement to create cryptocurrencies arose from that. Remember, it was around 2008 when cryptocurrencies began to become popular, when Bitcoin was created. Right? There's a white paper, but all the way back in the 80s, that explains the idea for cryptocurrency, a guy named David Chaum, Hashcash, eCash. But it wasn't until 2008 that we started to take it seriously, because we all know what happened in 2008. There was a loss of trust in the institutions. So there's some deep human desire for community, for trust, for freedom, to be able to have things that we can exchange, that are not subject to manipulation, that can't be stolen, that can't be taken away, where there's trust built into the transaction. So I think there's some fundamental human need there, perhaps misplaced in the sort of the frenzy around cryptocurrencies. Right? I think of the parable of the 10 virgins, right? The wise and the foolish virgins. That's a story about a sort of a transaction, right? The wise virgins had something that the foolish ones didn't have, and they were not able to give it to them, right? Because they had something that could not be exchanged or transacted. They had a relationship, right? They had a relationship with the bridegroom. They had faith. So there's something that we're looking for in cryptocurrencies, it seems to me, that is something deeply human. And I always ask the question, well, what's it for? I mean, nobody wants Bitcoin, right? And that's part of what got us into trouble, is that people started accumulating certain cryptocurrencies for the thing itself. But it's a means to an end. And I think we have to ask, like, what are we seeking, and what possibilities does something like cryptocurrency hold for us? And I think that it does hold a lot of promise if we can get beyond the thing itself, which is this currency secured by cryptography, which is cool from a technical perspective. I geeked out on this stuff for the last few years and read every white paper I could get my hands on. But all of the technical discussion that I see, all of the long white papers that are written about how there's thousands of cryptocurrencies, about how each one works, seems to obscure something deeper, which is why do we feel the need to adopt a different measure of value in the first place? Could it be because the ones that we're currently using aren't working? Do we need to feel more secure in our communities? So these are the questions I'd like to raise, and I'm not going to even try to attempt to answer them right now, but it has to do with some fundamental human desire.
That's good.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's good.
That was helpful. I do understand it a little better now. Thank you. And you brought up trust, so let's begin there, because I think that's something that all three things, and I officially absolve you from your need to talk about your individual things. You can broaden out.
Thank God.
Thank you. So yeah, but trust is very important because, for instance, with crypto, we've seen like trust can be broken in a second. And Suzanne, you're asking people to give them their trust to you, and we know the metaverse is a place like I can't even imagine what role trust plays in there. So I'd like you to talk about that a little bit more. Like, what criteria should we use to give our trust to influencers, to the metaverse, to cryptocurrencies, and also like what responsibilities do creators have and builders have to meet that need for trust that Luke was talking about? So.
I'll just quickly say that I think the most important thing for me personally as a consumer, and even on the other side when I'm trying to get people to swipe up or click the links and all that, what you realize is we all want transparency. I think that's what ultimately gives people your trust, is like how transparent and honest can you be. And I think we're living in a world today where we've gotten smarter. Like, we can see through a lot of fluff and a lot of crap. And at the end of the day, I think everyone has to discern what in their hearts is like ultimately the right thing based on your own personal values and beliefs and ideologies. But for me, what I've seen with being a creator, it's been just being authentic, being as real as you can possibly be with the people that are ultimately the community that you're trying to nurture. It's just like my children, I really, they are the influencers in my life because they're following me around all day, and I realize while I have these millions of followers, I got 2 followers every day that are watching me and seeing what I'm doing, and that relationship has to be there. And I think relationship is what opens the door where you can feel like you can trust, and so I want my kids to know that I'm not going to be the perfect mom, and I'm same for my community online. I'm not going to be that perfect, I guess, influencer, but I just would hope that when I stumble and I fall, I'm like, I hope my kids see that, like, that's normal, and you can walk through life with humility, because that creates that transparency that they also need to have in their lives. So I would say transparency is probably a really important thing for me, at least when it comes to building and accepting that trust.
So like transparency, authenticity, realism, in the metaverse, as you were talking about, what does that mean there?
Yeah, I mean, so pretty much same. I mean, transparency is the one thing. Is crypto, is social, or is metaverse, or any other new technology. Transparency is the key. Now, here transparency means that how open the metaverse builders are, how much information they're providing in terms of what they're going to collect from the consumers, right? We know what kind of data is collected from consumers from social media. We know about that. But in terms of metaverse, you are fully exposed. Your avatars is in the digital domain, and all point of data, your sensory data, your demographic characteristics, your physical environment, because you are wearing the headsets, everything, all those data will be filtering through in their systems. And they will be making decisions in terms of advertising, marketing, and many other things based on that. How open these builders going to be to tell their audience that what they are collecting and what purpose they are using that, and also how consistently they are doing it.
Yeah.
So that's also very important. If the different messages pass to different places, there is inconsistency. People are not going to be able to trust. That very, very important. Second thing, as a consumer, if something wrong happened, who is accountable? So the transparency is one thing, but the accountability must be there. And who we talking about accountable? Is builders, those who operate metaverse. They will be one who need to take accountability. And somewhere there should be governance mechanism that actually make hold of them to do so. Now, other things are, like any environment, here you are comfortable, right? Why? Because you don't worry about you don't have any fear that something wrong happens. And you don't fear that someone actually snooping around you here in this room. Same thing in the digital world. You need to feel secure. So your security is very important, particularly in metaverse. So you are digitally present, all your data is there. If someone hacks your data, what will happen? You are fully in their control. You are fully in their control. And it's not social media, you can walk away. And it will have little damage. There are evidences that when these kind of things happens in the virtual environment in metaverse, that can impact you. Actually, physically. So the loss of cyberbullying, harassment, sexual abuse, these are, if you're not part of it, you probably don't know, but these are common things that are already happening in metaverse. And those scars generally left, even if the people don't want to go metaverse, they are vulnerable to that. They feel intimidated, okay? So those things, so safety, security, privacy, your data is just by going. Where is going? Who is having that? You don't know about it. Now, there is other things. There is a concept of diminished reality. I don't know if you know or not. The concept of diminished reality. So, augmented reality means AR devices, they can block out some of the reality from the things. So if someone actually hack your system, they can take you anywhere. You would not know where you're going. You will go somewhere, okay? And it might be the case that you are on the road. You feel that the road is fully clear, but it's not. There is traffic in front of you. You collide. So the concept of diminished reality, there are vulnerability, there are security issues, and there are danger associated with it. So trust cannot be built unless you create the sense of security and safety within that digital environment. That's the most important thing, I must say. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Luke, you have a lot of thoughts about this, so I want you to just invite you to dive right in there. What do you think about, what criteria do we use for,
the word credentialing is used all the time in cryptocurrency markets. Like, the systems have certain credentialing components, things called proof of work, that are supposed to build trust in the platform, in the blockchain or the cryptocurrency. And that's fascinating because credentialing, has to do with the word credo, which means to believe. So I worry that we're outsourcing in cryptocurrencies, we're outsourcing the way that humans must build trust with each other in human encounters to math, to cryptography, because it seems like maybe we've given up on that hard process of building trust between two people. I meet you, I look into your eyes, I start to see congruence between what you say and what you do, and I begin to develop belief and trust in you as a person, that you are who you say you are. And I think when we outsource that or we delegate the trust building to an algorithm, we run into problems. And we sort of need to get back to having human encounters and developing trust between two people. I don't think a child doesn't learn metaphysics through reading textbooks. He learns it by looking into his father's eyes during a thunderstorm. That's right. And realizing that everything's going to be okay, and he's loved, and the world is good. Mm-hmm. And that looking into another person's eyes is something we haven't had a chance to do as much as usual over the last few years. And maybe cryptography has been, one of my worries at least, is that it's been a way to avoid the hard work and responsibility of earning other people's trust and being able to see in them somebody that we're willing to take a risk on. Right? It's like almost as if we want to eliminate all risk from human life. And without there's no love. There can be no love without actually taking a risk on somebody.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Good.
So we could have, there are many phenomena we could have picked. These three are kind of really in public consciousness right now. And whenever anything new comes along, particularly cryptocurrencies and the metaverse, there's a bit of hype involved, you know? But everyone is going to these things, like people go to your channels because they're looking for something. Everyone has a need, right? That we have needs that we're wanting to meet with these things. So one of my questions is, do we ask more? Like, do your followers ask more from you can give? Do people look for more in the metaverse? Do people, when they're looking for cryptocurrencies, are they looking for more than these things can give us? You know, and what are the perils when that happens? Or, you know, how can these needs be met in an adequate way through these phenomena? And whoever wants to start off there.
I'll just say that I think that some of the dangers with today's social media, I mean, for me, you know, you saw TikTok sprout up during the pandemic and everybody felt like it's a new platform, it's booming, got to go run and be on there. In order to be relevant, there's this lie that says you have to go run and chase that next thing because it is where people's attention spans are going and where the hype is. And with that as a creator too, for me, where I've struggled sometimes is like you see content that you know is like easily viral. Like if I create this video, it's gonna get so many views, but then when you actually look at that piece of content, it's not as meaningful as like what you naturally want to put out. But then you feel discouraged because you're like, well, the stuff that I want to put out there, it's like they're hiding it from my followers and they're not even showing them the good stuff, you know? So then society feels like they have to push that style of content because everybody else is doing it. And then now you're in the web of, I think, overconsumption. And there's times where I open up my Instagram app or my TikTok and I think about like how I have been infinitely scrolling for the past 20 minutes, and I'll look up, and you're like, where did the time go? And I've found that that's actually a pretty scary place to be because what's happening is just like you said, it's taking you away from the real life moments and the good in your life that you can look up and see, but you miss out on those little moments when you get so overconsumed. So I think we all have to find our own unique rhythm and pace in these spaces and not feel motivated by the hype and the momentum because ultimately that's like a fire that will smoke out real quick. You know, what keeps your audience, it's like brick by brick. It's a daily relationship that you're cultivating with your audience, you know, your customers. And so you can't get too caught up in that stuff, but it's good to see that it's there, but to always stay focused on your why. And I think a lot of people don't know what their why is when they step out onto these platforms and they're just like seeing the followers go up and they're consumed in the content and the comments. And I think it's really important to take a step back and check your heart constantly if you are a creator and to ask yourself, okay, what's in it for them, the audience, but also is this feeding my soul? You know, do I need to take a step back and change my rhythm a little bit because I'm a new mom right now? Like I can't be throwing out this many videos. It doesn't feel natural. And I think sometimes social media is that danger. You feel like you have to put out everything and do the most, but then you're missing out on the now, which is like the simple moments in our day. And those are beautiful moments that I think we need to be present for.
Yeah. Yagesh? Beautiful. What do you think?
Shall I?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Obviously, whenever something new comes, we think that that's going to solve all our problems, right? Yeah. And in that sense, we invest a lot of our time, our money, our effort, and if that doesn't happen, then obviously it may bring lots of consequences for individuals. And that's the danger with metaverse. Lots of, like, what happens with crypto? Lots of people hugely invested on it. Their life revolved around it, and sometimes went up, high feeling, and then it went down. Very bad feeling. And that's in metaverse, that we can see that because nobody knows how it will turn out. If people are going to invest a lot of time, that may bring disappointments. That's the important thing to think of. Addiction. Those has little kids, and those kids, if they're playing immersive games, you probably know what that means. There is a big danger of addictions and dependence on these virtual environments. And more time you spend on within these environments, the problem is that your feeling of being reality will be different. So what we feel reality, what we're talking about here, that this moment, for people who is immersed in that for hours and hours, for them, that moment is not this one.
Yeah.
That moment is within that environment. And that can bring host of mental well-being, psychological well-being, and physical issues as well. If you're sitting at one place, spending your hours and hours doing things in virtual worlds, what do you think would happen? Lots of physical issues will arise. And that's true if you look at some of the gamers who are addictive gamers, plays hours and hours, look at the consequences on them. And the similar consequences one can predict or extrapolate in the metaverse environment. So those things are there. Now, one thing I would say, social media was something, most of the people we have had access to, right? Because if we had internet access, nothing more we needed, we had the social media access. Now, when it comes to metaverse, affording £1,400-1,500 or dollar device to get entry into the metaverse is a very expensive thing. It's not everyone going to have it, right? So I see big digital divide among our community, those who have it and those who have not. Now, if there are opportunities offered by these technologies, this particular technology, then obviously it's going to create imbalance with those who have it and those who hasn't got the access and affordability of this technology. So inequitable access obviously is a problem. And then ethical concern in terms of bias against certain groups, against certain people, male, female, younger, older, all those issues also going to be quite dominant in this particular world. So thank you.
I want to give, Luke, you've thought a lot about this issue of needs and people, so I want you to chime in the last few minutes we have here.
I don't know if we're asking too much of these phenomena. I think we're asking too little. I think we're asking too little of them.
Yeah.
Just like the transhumanist movement. It's not that it wants to give me a new heart and new lungs to extend my life by 20 or 30 years. It's asking too little. We believe, right, as Christians, of this supernatural elevation and union with God. So I think we're asking too little of these phenomena. And actually, I don't even know if we know what we're asking of them at all. I think we don't often know what we want. We don't know what our desires are. And in times of uncertainty and chaos, we simply imitate other people, and we imitate what other people want. I couldn't get through the whole panel without mentioning René Girard and mimetic desire. But it takes our focus off of our unique and unrepeatable call and vocation, our personal vocation and call from God, as we begin to look to our right and our left and imitate the easiest thing. And I've done it myself. I was writing a book on mimetic desire and getting completely into wasting my time, like going down rabbit holes, reading white papers and buying cryptocurrency, and my wife has to call me back to my purpose and what I'm focused on doing and what God is asking of me. So I don't know if we even know what we're asking of the phenomenon or what it is that we really want out of them. Yeah. But they certainly seem to be signals or signposts for the deepest desires of our hearts. And it seems to me that we're kind of going through a process of discernment right now. At least I am on a personal level, trying to figure out what is my relationship with technology, what do I want it to be, and is technology actually helping serve my vocation, or is it taking me off the track of my vocation?
Well, that's a good way to wrap things up. We could have gone on for 3 hours. That was great. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, at 11:15, so very shortly from now, Luke will be available for a book signing for his book, Wanting the Power of Mimetic Design in Everyday Life. So you can ask him more questions about what he was just talking about. And that will be at the Human Adventure book table right outside this auditorium. And one important announcement. You are part of the New York Encounter, a place that welcomes everyone. We ask and invite you to give generously at our donation table outside the auditorium with a couple of clicks at newyorkencounter.org/donate. Your donation is tax deductible, and this entire event is put together with volunteers, so we really can use your help. And now please, I would personally like to thank our 3 wonderful guests, and I would invite you to thank our 3 fantastic guests.
So for those unfamiliar with the Encounter, I'm here to provide you with the moment no one has been waiting for, the announcements. Okay? So if you're still sitting here, just so you know, at 11:30, you can just stay in your places, and there is a conversation on the Encounter's theme with Archbishop Christophe Pierre, who's the Apostolic Nuncio to the US, and also Father Erik Varden, Bishop of Trondheim and Norway. So if you just stay put. I'm also here to clarify that we have no current plans for any cryptocurrency of any sort. Okay? We are not entering the metaverse in any meaningful way. We do not even have an app this year. Okay? We do, however, have a QR code. Have you heard of these things? You take your phone's camera and you line it up with an image, and that will show you the entire program. If you prefer a more sort of natural version of events, over by the code check, there is also a sign that shows in clear writing everything that's going on today and tomorrow. Also, for those who are unfamiliar with the layout of the Encounter, we have 5 exhibits. Only one is on this floor, and you'll have to go upstairs to the 5th floor for the other 4. But please don't miss those, because it's easy if you just have your eyes on the prize in here. We also have a kids' village where kids can play together and attend some tours specifically for them. And there's also an Infinity Lab. At the Infinity Lab, older kids will be working on some amazing bas-relief. So there's like some actual activities for them to engage in while the adults are doing something else, probably talking over the announcements. Just guessing, okay? And this evening, if you want to plan way ahead, there'll be the singer-songwriter contest. It's free this year, musicians performing live music. So we'll see you later. Thank you.
Head.
The transit. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, for now.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. But we'll find some headphones, right?
Ma
Now I hear.
I'm here, ok, mi senti?
Do you hear?
Ah, ok.
And you don't hear yourself, right?
Ah, non possiamo usare queste? Per lui?
No, vabbè, fa niente, ma le troviamo.
Ah, ok.
Ma a me mi senti? Do you hear me? 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 I mean, I'm talking.
I'm eminent, ok. Mi senti?
I can hear her, sure.
Ciao, buongiorno. Benvenuti.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Continua a
No,
parlare.
io non ti sento, poi non devo sentirti.
Non devi sentirmi,
Ok.
però io sento te molto bene. No, ok,
Ah, ok.
ok. Vabbè. So it's good.
No, interpreter only hear.
I hear her, but I don't hear myself. No.
Yeah, you won't. You want? Would they want to hear themselves?
No, I don't think so. No, that's right. Yeah, no,
Okay, great.
okay. So the only thing that we need to make, yeah, the only thing that we need to make sure is that they have a pair of headphones, the
Yep.
translators. Okay, good.
And if the translator does not have a pair of headphones?
Given by them.
Yeah. And so, sorry, if the translator does not, I don't think the translator is bringing his own headphones.
I mean, these are mine. I need these. These are.
No, but we'll find them. Okay, I will find them. Which
Yeah, we need to get them
check.
before go to the store or something.
Okay, I'll ask John.
We don't have any in house. I'm using my personal ones, so I was just using the tablet.
Thank you.
I need them when I'm when the
Oh,
show's gone.
No, but we'll find them.
Is that the translator?
Any wired
It
earplugs
has to have a jack.
with a quarter inch. Yeah.
So, hold on 1 second. The translator's here.
Hai standard.
So I'm gonna
Ok.
take yours, too.
Ok.
Welcome back. Someone with me. A conversation on this year's theme. You know, the whole encounter is built around the theme. And we have two exceptional guests today to discuss this. A longtime friend, Archbishop Christophe Pierre, and a new friend, Bishop as well, Erik Varden from Norway, okay? Now let me read a summary of their bios. Archbishop Christophe Pierre was born in Rennes, France. After completing his primary education and secondary education between Madagascar, France, and Morocco, he attended the major seminary of the Archdiocese of Rennes and the Catholic Institute of Paris. He has a master in sacred theology and a doctorate in canon law, and started his service in the diplomatic corps of the Holy See in 1977. An infinite number of appointments followed, from New Zealand to the islands of the Pacific Ocean, to Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Cuba, Brazil, the permanent mission of the Holy See to the United Nations in Switzerland. Elected titular Archbishop of Gunela, he received the episcopal consecration in France. Archbishop Pierre has been Apostolic Nuncio in Haiti, the papal representative to Uganda, Apostolic Nuncio to Mexico, and now Apostolic Nuncio of the United States. And that's a lot. So I don't know what I'm doing here on this stage, but Erik Varden is younger, so I can compete. He was born in Norway in 1974. He spent 10 years at Cambridge, earning a doctorate in historical theology. In 2002, he joined Mount St. Bernard Abbey, home to a community of Trappist monks. And during 3 years spent in Rome, he taught Christian anthropology, Gregorian chant, Syriac at the Pontifical Athenaeum of Sant Anselmo. He has been the superior of his community from 2013. In 2019, Pope Francis appointed him Bishop of Trondheim. Among his books are The Shattering of Loneliness, which I have read, The Entering of Twofold Mystery. I left out milking cows and brewing beer, but as a true Trappist, that's also part of his life. So here's the floor to you.
Thank you.
I suddenly realized that I could have been the father of this young man. But he does not look like me. I would be very proud to have a son like you, you know? So, thank you. Thank you for animating this time. You know, I've read in my traveling last week this book, you know, mainly in the plains, because that's where I spent my life. And this book is called The Shattering of Loneliness. For a man, for a person who is not familiar with the English language, you know, I had to go and open my dictionary to see what is the shattering of loneliness. But as a matter of fact, I think it expresses very well what you want to say in your book and you know, the theme of this encounter. You know, this Father Bishop Erik Varden is a monk. It's interesting, you know, to have an encounter with a monk after the whole story of the metaverse. So, may I say, we go from the virtual to the real. Unless the life of a monk is also kind of a virtual life, but you will tell us what it is all about, you know? But on the other side, you know, what we presented, and which is quite puzzling in a way, and very interesting before, you know, the metaverse, the social communication, and the new way of communicating today is really the real world. It's a world where we live. So what is a monk, which, comes from a tradition, basically, I think the tradition of monastic life come back to Jesus Christ, mainly, Saint Benedict and so forth. What is and then, of course, this man, like myself, his vocation was a Trappist monk. I don't know if you know the Trappist. Maybe you could explain to the audience today what is also a Trappist monk. It's a kind of special kind of monks, And he became even the abbot of a monastery in England, you will tell us. But then the Holy Father called you to become the Bishop of Trondheim, which is one of the most ancient bishopric, of the world, in Norway. And now you have, I think, 2 or 3 priests in your diocese, or maybe a bit more, and 18,000 Catholics. But a huge territory. It looks a little bit like Alaska, where for the moment there is no bishop in Fairbanks. And my job is to try to find a bishop for that. Maybe you could go to Alaska, Fairbanks. He's accustomed to that, But no, don't worry, because I'm lower than the Pope, so I have no power to. So, first and foremost, tell us who you are as a monk and as a bishop monk, and what is a Trappist, by the way? Because I think it's good to hear that from that. You have a good reference. You call Thomas Merton was also a Trappist, in the monastery of Gethsemane in Louisville, Louisville, as they say in America, And tell us a little bit of your story first.
Well, to answer the question, what is a Trappist? What is a monk? It's a story told from the ancient tradition that a visitor to the desert asked one of the desert fathers, well, what is a monk? What do you do all day? And this man said, well, I fall and I'm raised up. I fall and I'm raised up. I fall and I'm raised up. And that's the monastic life in a nutshell. It is a life of conversion, which is oriented by a desire to know and see God as he is, and as he has revealed himself in Jesus Christ, and to know Christ as my life, my joy and my peace, but not on my own, in a fraternal communion with other brothers. So sometimes, only once in the Holy Rule does St. Benedict speak about the monastery in terms of a body. He speaks of the corpus monasteri, the body of the monastery. But in some ways, a monastery is the church in miniature. It is the body of Christ in miniature. So we try to live that ecclesial experience deeply and, by the grace of God and by God's patience, as credibly as we can.
Well, the monks, they don't speak they only speak in a useful way. I remember when I was a child, I used to go to frequent actually, one day I wanted also to become a Trappist monk, but it did not happen. And that was a monastery in Brittany, in Timaduc. And I was fascinated by the fact that the monks at that time, I don't know if it continues like that, but the Trappists did not speak. They spoke like, the people who did not, by signs. And they always spoke to their superior, but they used the sign all the time. So they spoke, but in a different way. But the problem is that you wanted to, as you said, and I think it would be good because it would help us to understand what you have written in this book, The Shattery of Loneliness. Your life is a life of conversion, a life of the second things. What was the second point?
Well, it's a life of service and primarily a life of worship.
A life of worship,
and
a life
prayer.
of encounter with Christ. And I would like to question you about that because this is what you are talking about. And then a life of community. You are the church. And I think in some way we have all the ingredients of what a Christian life is all about.
And ultimately, I mean, a monk doesn't pretend to be anything special. A monk or a nun is simply a Christian who tries to live a coherent Christian life and experiences worked out this form of life which provides certain props and a tremendous inherited wisdom that can be a help to realize that purpose.
In the introduction of your book, and I recommend you to read the book, it's very, it's a kind of, when you read this book, you are accompanied by a monk who helps you precisely, to discover your own reality, your own life, And in the introduction, you actually give your life story. I would like to take a few points. As a child, you recall that you had a kind of sudden encounter with suffering. And tell us about that, because I think it's quite important, because it was the beginning of a new life, and you were about 10 at that time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it was a kind of experience that most of us would have had when, you're a child, you live your fairly carefree life. I mean, I had a very happy childhood. And then suddenly you realize that the world isn't as it should be. And in my case, my father was a country vet, and he'd been out just doing the round of sick animals as normal, and we were gathered around the lunch table, and I was about 10, as you said, and he told us about one of the encounters he'd had that day. He'd gone to a farmer who had a cow that needed treatment, and the farmer had been out in the fields making hay. And because it was a hot day, he'd taken his shirt off, and so he came shirtless to greet my father. He was no longer a young man, and my father could see the scars of lashes on his back. And he told me, or told us, that this man had been in captivity during the war and had been very savagely treated and still bore the marks of that savage treatment on his body. And that was the extent of the story, really. It was just factual information. But it sort of cut me to the quick because, I mean, one encounters warfare on the news, even as a child. You see terrible images on television as a child, even in the 1980s, even it was much worse now. But it was the first time I'd realized, as it were, the presence of the mystery of evil and suffering in my vicinity. I didn't personally know this farmer, but I could know him. I mean, I could accompany my father next time he went there. And that pierced something in me. And even as a child, I felt a strong desire to try and understand what this was about. Is there a way of making sense of something which is senseless, which suffering is, which pain is? And in that respect, I think it's true to say that my journey of searching began at that point.
Making sense of what is senseless.
Or at least of what seems senseless.
Seems senseless. Yep. We do not understand. I think it's, when I read that, I was amazed because I said, did it happen in my own life? And I think it did. But maybe I didn't, I need to remember that and to measure what has been my life from these quite events. Mm-hmm. And I think you said it very well. You know, it's at some stage, there was something which was a new beginning. The mystery of evil means the mystery of the reality. You know, the reality is not all beautiful. Mm-hmm. and it hits us, and then maybe it's the beginning of a search. And I think your whole life has been this kind of search.
And I think just to pick up that point from earlier about the monastic life as well, because and to carry on from the very interesting discussion earlier, you know, one of the things that happens when you join the monastery is that you go into this universe where you're entirely freely cut off from a lot of stimuli. You know, you don't watch TV, you don't listen to the radio much. I mean, now the internet belongs in monastic life as everywhere, but one tries to use it with caution, and in the novitiate, probably not at all. So you're used to being bombarded by images, stimulus, influence, and suddenly you find yourself with nothing. And that can be extremely bewildering. And for some people, that bewilderment is more than they can bear. But what you find, if you stick with it, is that as the stimuli from outside reduces, lots of things start surging from within, and you start realizing all the baggage you're carrying, both of good things and of not so good things, of happy things you've experienced, of painful things, of beautiful things you've seen, of ugly things you've seen. And what's interesting is that you realize you remember much more than you thought. And you start realizing the importance of actually taking care about what I consume in terms of stimulus and imagery, because it stays there. And you also begin to encounter your own poverty as a human being. And, you know, we talked about the mystery of suffering, of pain, of violence. And the fact that in me, it's not just that the world isn't as it should be, but I am not as I should be. And this drama is being played out in me. There's another, perhaps less well-known monk of Gethsemane, but an extremely readable author, Father Matthew Kelty, who's published several collections of sermons. And in one of those sermons, he talks about his work with horses at Gethsemane. And working with animals is very revealing, because animals aren't pushed around the way we try to push people around. And he speaks of one occasion when he worked with this horse that just wouldn't do what he wanted it to do, and he realized that he was possessed of a great rage. And he realized that he carried in himself an aggression and a destructive potential that he hadn't known. And so that the struggle to make sense of disorder and of evil isn't just out there, but it's in here. And that's when it starts becoming a bit terrifying, but also very interesting.
You know, this process which has started at that moment. You said that there were days when this knowledge was crashing. You know, the knowledge of evil, the knowledge of who I am in this world is so difficult. Yeah? Still, I had not acquired it when I did. I might not have noticed the light that shone in a sudden into what seemed a starless darkness. Explain us to that, you know, a little bit, because it's interesting. You know, you suddenly discover that there was, you know, in your search, a light somewhere, which was not necessarily coming from outside, and still was coming from outside, but was very much inside yourself. And, you know, and this is the story of your life. But how did it start, and how did it develop, you know?
Well, I think at two levels, because at one level there was, I mean, this is sort of my adolescence and early adulthood. It wasn't as if all this happened when I was 10.
Yes. No, of course. But this is interesting, because your book is about the memory. You spoke about the memory, you know. But, you know, the growth of our life, it's also comes from the fact that we appropriate ourselves. We make memory of many things which constitutes ourselves. You know, and this is your book. So please.
And I think, well, to pick up your question, I think when you start being sensitized to all the suffering in the world, And now, you know, the world as it is now is such that one dares hardly switch on the news because you wonder, I mean, can I actually face it today? But once you realize the extent of suffering that is out there and just how wicked people can be, you start also realizing how extraordinary it is that there is such a lot of gratuitous goodness. And that there is that depth of kindness that you can meet in people, and hospitality and generosity and non-judgmental openness and the desire to help. And you start realizing just how amazing that is. So that was one instance, I think, of that light that I refer to there. But then, in addition, for me personally, there was the discovery of a supernatural dimension to this whole conflict, if you like, that happened for me through an encounter with music. It was through listening to the Second Symphony of Mahler, the Resurrection Symphony, that something quite mysteriously it was as if a door was opened in me. And I realized that there was in me a level of sensibility and a vulnerability that I hadn't been aware of. And I had that sudden certainty there and there that I carried in me something that was greater than me, that was somehow a presence. And I had that experience listening to the music, and I thought, well, it'll be interesting to reflect on this when it stopped. Tomorrow morning, but that wound, if you like, or that openness remained, and that certainty that there was something in me that exceeded me, and that was looking at, that was seeking its resonance outside of myself, was for me an important turning point.
You said, having encountered, recalled this benevolence you met in this experience, of the encounter with the beauty of this piece of the resurrection of Mahler, you know, that's a symphony. You said, I recognize it, a personal presence. I wanted to pursue it, learn its name, discern its features. There was a kind of curiosity of a personal presence. What do you mean by that?
Well, I think, first of all, the fact that it was pretty clear to me, or at least I suspected, that what I'd encountered as a kind of presence was a personal presence, that it wasn't, as it were, just an extension of my own personality. And that if it was a personal presence, it would somehow be nameable. And so I started tentatively seeking for that name through reading, through attempting to pray, through beginning to read the scriptures, and eventually through encountering a praying community.
You know, when I was reading that, I was also thinking about the experience of Giussani, you know, at some stage when, you know, he said the encounter with a presence, you know, which you were actually confronted with, and you started. You read a number of poets, but also the scriptures, and you say, you know, it was as if they spoke of familiar things, called to mind forgotten memories. In this way, the Christian proposition, you know, I think in the percourse of Giussani, we speak about the Christian proposition at some stage, you know, after the religious sense, you know. And the Christian propositions dawn on me from within, resonant with the vibrations of my mind and soul, even of my body. It means that at some stage there was come a desire for you, which was confronted with an encounter.
Yes, and I mean, theologically speaking, one could make sense of this quite easily, and the conference began yesterday with that beautiful reading by a text from Pope Benedict referring to the iconic nature of human beings, the fact that we are created in the image of God. And if we take that a little bit seriously, it's quite natural that we should carry in our being, including in our physical being, in ourselves at the most embodied level, a yearning for God and a dimension of ourselves that calls out for God implicitly, simply by way of being. The poet Rainer Maria Rilke refers, I think, a wonderful phrase to the rumors of God that rush through the fevered blood of human beings. And so that there is a way of making sense of that desire, the desire for comfort, the desire to be known, to be seen, to be loved, the desire for infinity that we carry in ourselves, that all those stupendous aspirations are in fact true aspirations that correspond to a real object that by grace is within reach and that reaches out to us. That's the great mystery.
You know that there are beautiful sentences, I cannot avoid to quote them because I think they resonate in me and I hope they will resonate in you, When the space within which my search unfolded was the Catholic Church. It happens, I observed it first from a distance, attracted by its long, uninterrupted history. When I stepped inside, I found it a warm and hospitable space in which I was at ease. It's interesting, I had discovered another environment that embraced my contradictions without compromising truth. I could stare and purify both my grief and my desire. When I realized the scope of sacramental action, that's fantastic, by which all that is in heaven and on earth is drawn into a single moment, the sense of things held in the hands of a broken human being to be broken, yet holding, healing whole, I knew I had come home. That's your story?
It is the story, and it's a story that's an ongoing story.
That's very beautiful. I will jump for the last chapter of the book because when you spoke about the desire, this desire you also explained about, and explain us because the desire and the longing. What is your reflection about that? What do you mean about that? Longing.
Well, that is, it's an insight that isn't my insight, but it's basically something I've learned from Athanasius of Alexandria,
Athanasius,
from whom one can learn lots of useful things. And it dawned on me, and I could sort of verify this from experience, that there is a very useful distinction to be made between desire and longing. And it's fortunate that in English there is a lexical difference, that we have those two terms that stand for different things. In the Romance and Latinate languages it's much more complicated because you have derivatives of desiderium standing for the two. But basically, in Athanasius' terms, desire, which for him in Greek was the word hedone, which we use in the word hedonist, someone who lives for pleasure. For him, desire is something that originates in me and that seeks to satisfy me. There's nothing, if you like, ecstatic about desire. It's an instinct or a craving that wants to be met and satisfied. Whereas longing for Athanasius, and his word for it is potos, originates from outside myself. What I long for is something that, as it were, calls to me from a distance, and my longing is the resonance awakened in me. And it's interesting, I mean, it interests me anyway, because I'm a bit of a nerd in these things. In older English usage, you didn't use the verb too long with yourself as the subject, but the phrase would be, it longeth me. So I am the object of longing, not the subject of longing. And so longing is my longing is a response, implicit or explicit, to a call that comes from outside myself. And I think once we've made that categorical distinction in our minds, it helps to make sense of lots of things.
Well, is it not something which is very important, especially in our world today where, you know, we are enclosed on ourselves. Mm-hmm. The world has make a kind of wall, like the wall between the United States and Mexico. You know, the dream of the Americans to have a wall between the two countries. Yeah? Mm-hmm. We have a wall so that we can see behind the wall. Mm-hmm. But you know, I think it's so important that we should deepen that. And I've seen as reading in the works of Giussani, I think there is a permanent reflections about that. You know, my desire and my longing, and Saint Athanasius, you reflect about that, tells us that it's constitutive of our humanity.
Absolutely.
This longing, which is very interesting. So the longing is not something which comes from above and which takes over us, but it corresponds to the deep aspiration of the human. Mm-hmm. But the aspiration is not just the aspiration of a dream, of something which could not happen. It's not just an utopia. Mm-hmm. It's something which is part of us, but it needs to be recognized in order to exist in us.
And precisely, as you said, I think that's really important, that it is constitutional. And that way, there's a very striking resonance of the Athanasian insight in the poetry of Rilke, who says at one point, "Ich weiß, dass ich aus Sehnsucht bin."
You all understand.
So I know that I am made of longing, that longing is my being.
Yes. I think it's,
which is an anthropological definition as good as any, I think.
I think it's important. Now, explain us why our whole life would be to make memory of. What should we make memory of in order to exist and to grow and to correspond to our longing, the longing of our own being?
Well, basically, if you accept the premise of what I said about longing just now, memory sort of slots into that, because I try to develop the theme of memory in this book not simply as the mental action of recalling something, of remembering where I put my keys, but that we're talking about memory in a much deeper and existential sense, the way Augustine would talk about memory as being one of the fundamental faculties of human being, that the faculty of memoria is that in me which vaguely remembers that I am made, that I am the result of a loving intention, and that I'm made to realize that intention. We're back to the iconic nature of man and what it actually feels like, how we experience the fact that we're made in the image of God. Because that's not just a theoretical notion for theologians. It speaks a great truth about ourselves. So that, I think, is the fundamental challenge of practicing remembrance, is to recognize that deep remembrance in myself, that my origin is purposeful, and that I'm greater than myself. But then comes as I try to make sense of that, there's the further aspect of remembrance, of simply of remembering myself into a story. And it's the great pedagogy of the Judeo-Christian tradition. We're about to enter Lent next week. We will reread the Exodus narrative. And again and again and again, we will hear those solemn Mosaic exhortations. Remember, our father was a wandering Aramean. Remember, you were a slave in Egypt. Remember, you were fed in the wilderness. Remember, underneath were the everlasting arms. So it's remembering ourselves into that narrative of redemption, and then discovering the narrative of redemption as actually carrying on to this day in our individual lives, in and through the church.
The prayer of the Jews was remembering. You remember, how do you call it? The Jews were repeating that 5 or 6 times a day, Remember, and basically we remember things which happened in my life, in our life, but in our history. We are part of an history. I mean, this story has as an origin God himself, And being Christians is to enter into this act of permanent remembrance.
And also, and within the logic of a sacramental reality, which is, I mean, the church is a sacramental reality first and foremost. That remembrance is more than just notional and theoretical. When each day at Mass we hear those words, "Do this in memory of me," that isn't just, write down on a little yellow post-it note what this is about, but it's about making that remembrance our own. And I think we can verify from our experience that it is possible to enter into that remembrance in such a way that we can say in the first person, well, actually, I remember that. I remember that Christ is risen from the dead.
Jesus said to these disciples at the end of these 3 years of education in his own presence, He said, actually, Jesus did not celebrate the Eucharist every day. The only Eucharist which was celebrated, as far as I know, by Jesus was the last one, the Last Supper. The first one, the first 3 years was just a relationship with him, an encounter. And at the end of this encounter, Jesus sat at the table with his disciples and celebrated La Pascua. So you also had beautiful words about La Pascua. Maybe you could elaborate on that one. And celebrated the Eucharist. And he said, take it, come, eat. This is my body, this is my blood. And do it in memory of me. So we are being called now to live our life in memory of this encounter, which, by the way, through the power of the resurrection, will be today. And I think this is a Christian life,
And also the fact that remembrance it spells commitment on my part, because it's a remembrance of a covenant, and it's a covenantal remembrance. And as we know, even from political life, covenants are always bilateral. The unilateral covenants don't tend to go very far. So when I say, yes, I do remember, and I say amen to this remembrance, I also commit myself to realize that remembrance credibly in the way I live, and to try and live it out coherently and in a way that is life-giving.
I would like to say that because, as you know, the Catholic Church in the United States, is entering into a process of Eucharistic renewal. And while reading what you were, especially the chapter on the Eucharist, precisely, I think it would be good maybe to help that so that we know what we are speaking about. When we speak about Eucharistic renewal, a lot of we have seen that a lot of people do not believe in the real presence, of Christ in the Eucharist. So we try our best to help people to believe in the real presence. But how could people believe in the real presence if they have not been led to this personal encounter with Christ. And how, so what would be, I think it's a question mark I have, you know, in a secularized world as well, where basically a lot of people, especially young people, have been separated. Their life has been separated from the mystery of God's presence. I think we need really to make a strong effort of evangelization. This is what we are talking about, you know, as a preparation to the Eucharist.
It's about living committedly within the covenant, isn't it? I mean, it always strikes me in the Byzantine liturgy. You know, you have the first part of the Eucharistic celebration, which is the liturgy of the catechumens with the readings and everything. And after the reading is the catechetical part, and when the altar is prepared, you know, the deacon comes out and calls out very sternly, let all catechumens depart, let all catechumens depart, let all catechumens depart. Because the next stage of the celebration only makes sense if you have made your own personal commitment to it, to make of that, as it were, the hermeneutical key of your existence and to carry it out. Because otherwise, there's always, I mean, there's the terrifying risk that even divine things, if they're instrumentalized for human purposes, they can become the object of idolatry. There's that, I think, a tremendously powerful parable in the first book of Samuel, you know, when the people have conquered the land, so that's all done, and the Exodus is a bit of a distant memory. And they're in this perpetual warfare with the Philistines. And someone has the bright idea, well, we've got this big battle coming up, let's bring the Ark of the Lord into the battle, and the Ark will protect us. And the Ark of the Lord, remember, in ancient Israel, was a sacrament of presence that lived in the tabernacle. So the Israelites, for pragmatic purposes, as a kind of a talisman to win the war, bring the ark with them, sure that, you know, if we carry this, everything will be all right. And then remarkably, God surrenders the ark to the Philistines. And that leads Israel to a profound crisis of faith. And they ask, you know, what's this about? Because isn't the ark the assurance that God is always on our side? Whereas, obviously, God's great prophetic message through that whole book is that, yes, I am on your side, but on the terms that we agreed on earlier. Do you remember?
You know, the question mark I have, even with us, the church in the United States, where are we today? I always ask this question to the bishops. You know? And where are we with the Eucharist? And you know, what is the Eucharist in the present time, in the present context of our culture? You know, have we done what is necessary for this, you know, this approach in order to realize the power of the Eucharist between the encounter and the resurrection? Yeah. You speak of idolatry,
yeah.
You know? What is the danger there?
The force that is present in it, I had the joy and the privilege of the last couple of days to preach a retreat to a group of priests. And on Thursday, we celebrated a votive mass to Christ, Eternal High Priest, simply using the prayers from the Missal. And there's an offertory prayer which is staggering. It occurs during I think on Maundy Thursday as well, in a slightly different form, which says, you know, every time commemoration of this victim is made, the mystery of our redemption is present. And the question is, I mean, do I live within that mystery?
The mystery of our redemption.
And do we ecclesially live within that mystery?
Actually, Christ, when he gave the Eucharist to the disciples, he wanted them to live the mystery of his own, of the redemption and of his own death and resurrection. You know, that's basically what he was invited to do. Do this in memory of me, with me, and because I will be with you until the end of time. And that's what the church you spoke about in your community is all about.
And I think that, I mean, to come back to what we talked about earlier on, that's profoundly at the heart of the monastic mystery.
Yeah.
Just as, if I may share a personal remembrance, but just as I was preparing to make my solemn profession, I received a photograph from a very learned Anglican nun whom I'd been in correspondence with and who knew that I was making this profession. And it was a photograph, a very bad photograph, of a fresco from the crypt of the monastery of Trondheim in Belgium.
Trondheim.
Yeah, which shows a monk on a cross with the inscription, the legend, "O monachos estou romenos," so the crucified monk, which you might say is not a particularly encouraging image to receive a couple of days before your solemn profession.
This is why he was made a bishop.
But then on the back of that photograph, she'd written in a slightly trembling hand, because she was old then, but words that for me became one of those sort of paradigm shifts. And she said, "Here is an image of a Christian so fully conformed to Christ that he no longer contemplates the suffering Christ on the cross, but looks out on the world that Christ is saving through the eyes of Christ crucified." And once I mean, it's a perspective that at least I needed quite a lot of time to try and interiorize. I'm not quite sure I've interiorized it yet. But I think it takes us right to the heart of what our deep Christian commitment is about, both in terms of its earnestness and in terms of its graced and joyful promise.
You know, we are about to finish, so I would like to read a small sentence and elaborate a little bit more. So at some stage, you speak about the story of Seraphim.
Yes,
you
Seraphim of Sarov.
So Seraphim was a dialogue. It's a kind of long story, you know. I think it's come from Dostoevsky. Is it?
No, I mean, he would have known it and used it. But
yeah. So Seraphim shifts the perceived finality of the Christian condition from the realm of behavior to that of being. What for most Christians seems to be an end is in fact, he insists, but a means. An indispensable means, but a means all the same. The gospel offers more than a moral code. It proposes the transformation of the human person. You know why? You know, this sentence, for me, is a light for what happens in this country, and maybe also in our church, you know? That the tendency that we have to see our commitment in the church as a kind of moral commitment. And, you know, and this is a good one, by the way, you know, and then there is a kind of explanation about the story of the virgins, you know, 5 virgins.
In fact, it's a remark that Seraphim makes by way of expounding that story, and I was fascinated earlier to find that story referred to and expanded in the context of cryptocurrency. Because it's exactly the same point. I mean, Seraphim didn't know about cryptocurrency because he died in 1853, I think. But his point is precisely that the really crucial thing isn't what is transactional, isn't what you can just go out and get from the shops, be it a shop that provides codes of conduct. They're important, but at the heart of Christ's call, because says Seraphim, and it's the answer to Motovilov's question, what is the Christian life about? And he says, well, it's about the acquisition of the Holy Spirit. That is, it is about living the very life of Christ. And it's important, I think, also to contextualize that, because this conversation between the two of them takes place when Seraphim is an old man, and he's lived a life of great trial. At one point, when he was a hermit, he was attacked by burglars who thought that he had precious vessels that they wanted to steal. And he was so badly beaten that he was a cripple for the rest of his life. But he took on the crime of these burglars as his own crime and prayed the Lord for forgiveness for them. And so he enters into what is a very mysterious part of his itinerary when he spends 1,000 days and nights on a rock just praying the Jesus prayer, calling down God's mercy on humankind, on himself as sinner, on these people who had attacked him and who for him were, as it were, representatives of evil in the world. And in praying for them, he prayed for all transgressors. And thereby, he experiences this mercy as something that actually does transform his own life and sets it on fire. And that is what Motovilov experiences in this dialogue, that he actually sees Seraphim as light. And Seraphim says to us, well, we're not all called to that degree of singular and excessive experience, because that's the result of a very special call. But we're all called to enter into the life of Christ as our own Christ, so that we can pronounce that Pauline formula not just as a pious sentiment, but as something that it's no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me. And that presence of Christ will be perceptible as peace. Towards the end of his life, again, Seraphim said, if you acquire the spirit of peace, and remember, St. Paul says Christ is our peace, if you acquire the spirit of peace, thousands around you will find salvation. Because you will, in all your inadequacy, by the grace of God, be a pointer to Christ's gift and Christ's promise.
Well, I was thinking about that in the context of our society and the context of our church, where at times, we are obsessed by doing things, achieving things, realizing, fixing, that's all the time. And what we have to fix up to do is very important, For example, all the evil of the society, we would like to resolve them, We would like to avoid abortion, we would like to avoid the strange things like gender theories and so forth, and we become fighter for that. Yeah? And there is maybe also the danger to enter in this kind of, to transform that in ideas and ideologies. And once, we are taken by ideologies, we become fighters for this ideology. And those who do not share our ideas become our enemies. And this is what happens in our society and what happens in our church. So I like this sentence because I said, well, this is okay, but it's not enough. It says what for most Christians seems to be an end is in fact but a means, an indispensable means. We have to do that. But the gospel offers more than a moral code. And actually, are we as Christians defending a moral code or something else?
And I think that there again, everything depends on that perspective, whether I see the world. I mean, our world is in a mess, but the world has always been in a mess. That's why God came to redeem us and continues to redeem us. But that we acquire eyes that can see that world precisely as a world in labor that is calling out to be saved, even very confusedly, and see it with realism, with discernment, make sensible and prudent and true judgments when necessary, but also to see it illumined by Christ's love. And there, one final quotation from Seraphim, but it's always struck me as very significant. At the end of his life, after he'd gone through all that personal transformation himself, it was his custom when he was an old man that he would greet every person whom he met with the words, Radosts moja, my joy. In every person he met, be they saints or sinners, or somewhere on the spectrum in between, he saw, precisely because he had eyes to see, a reflection of Christ and of the image of God, and in seeing that reflection, his own heart rejoiced, and I dare say that by being seen in that way, the other might have discovered a new dimension of themselves.
We have nearly finished. What did you call your book, The Shattering of Loneliness?
Well, it had to be called something.
But it's a good word, isn't it?
Yeah. And I mean, the idea I had was of glass shattering. That, you know, you think you live in this goldfish bowl, which is your experience of loneliness, and then something happens and poof, and you realize that, no, there's actually a huge world out there, which is infinite.
Actually, I think it's very meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, we had a very special conversation in our living room today. And, well, go to the QR code if you don't have an idea of what's going to happen next. In a few minutes, the second floor auditorium, You Cannot Love What Shocks You, Testimonies to the Mystery of Suffering and in Relief and Redemption in Light of the Life and Writings of Lorenzo Albacete. And then we'll meet again at 2 here. So thanks again, and get a hold of the whole program.
Hello, hello. Are you hear me?
You hear her?
No. Hello, do you hear me? Hello, hello. Leon. You hear me? Ah. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
You're not getting it.
Hello, hello, hello. Do you hear me? Ah, okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. My name is Nastya. Here.
He's getting it. He's okay.
Okay. Ну, примерно посмотрю по времени, может быть, придется что-то чуть-чуть короче, поэтому вы следите. Но, в принципе, то, что мы вычеркнули, я не буду говорить. Окей? Окей. Все, побачимось.
All good?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, there is someone there. I need something. We do my talking.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the New York Encounter, welcome to everyone, those who are here at the Metropolitan Pavilion, and to those of you who are following us online. I'm Amy Hickl. I'm a high school teacher from Los Angeles, and I'm moderating this event entitled, "You Will Never Succeed in Convincing Me to Hate You." Before starting, I would like to thank Land of Peace for helping us to organize this event. We are honored to have with us today 3 distinguished and unique speakers to share their profound experiences with us. Diane Foley is a retired nurse and the mother of 5 children, including American freelance conflict journalist James Foley. She founded the James W. Foley Legacy Foundation in September 2014, less than a month after his public execution, and she is currently serving as its president and executive director. Previously, Diane worked first as a community health nurse and then as a family nurse practitioner for 18 years. Archbishop Pierbattista Pizzaballa is a Franciscan friar, and since 2020, the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. He was ordained a priest on September 15, 1990, and entered into effective service of the custody of the Holy Land in 1999. Since 2004, he was appointed Custos of the Holy Land, and in 2016, he was ordained bishop. Anastasiia Zolotova is the director of Emmaus, an NGO based in Kharkiv, and since the beginning of the war last year, a Ukrainian refugee in Italy, where she currently lives and works with her husband and her son. The mission of Emmaus is to create and support the circle of friends who accompany orphaned and young people with disabilities in search of a full life. We will begin with Diane Foley. Diane's oldest son, James Foley, was a journalist who went to Syria in 2012 to report on the conflict there. When he didn't call home on Thanksgiving Day, his family knew that something was wrong. They would come to find out that Jim had been kidnapped and was imprisoned and being tortured. In 2014, Jim was the first American journalist to be publicly killed by ISIS. In the wake of this terrible event, Diane spoke publicly of God's call for forgiveness. Very integral to this story is the man that James was and the work that he did. And so in order for us to get to know him a little bit, Diane has shared a video with us, which we will watch now.
Thank you.
I believe that frontline journalism is important. Without these photos and videos and firsthand experience, we can't really tell the world how bad it might be.
There does seem to be a strong sense that they won't give up the fight, and that there are a force of young fighting men. Although unorganized, there's plenty of will to hold out here.
If Gaddafi comes to Benghazi, are you guys prepared to fight?
No, but we have a strong faith. We won't give up.
Jim chose the stories that weren't being really shown in the mainstream media. He went a lot deeper than just showing bang bang, what we call like frontline images of people firing off guns.
Jim would just like listen. This taught me a lot as well about going into situations without preconceived ideas about it. He would go into a situation like obviously with a general idea, and then it would be malleable based on what would happen.
But today a lot of children, everyday children,
which allowed things to go into certain directions that it usually wouldn't, and you end up finding more.
Who are the Libyan rebels determined to overthrow 42 years of dictatorship?
I work in accountant. I have a small company. I am welder. Working at offshore.
Offshore welder.
Platform, yeah.
Okay. Dangerous job.
He chose one story in particular about a Libyan fighter, actually, who went to Syria. And Jim spent quite a lot of time with him. His name was Firas. And he got very deep and very intimate into the story. And I think that's what I respect most about Jim, was that he wanted to show a different side of this stereotype. He took a different strand from that.
I would come back to Benghazi, and there was stuff going on there. There was families.
and they were out there in the protests, and they were out there maybe handling medical supplies, which is probably more important to what this revolutionary movement was.
Like he said, he had that presence, but he never really projected himself onto a situation. And that's the best way to do things, I think. That's how you can be most effective in life, is presence and to be there constantly for people. And that's like what I learned from him.
Jim had some extra clothes, and most of the guys who has extra clothes were just wearing them all the time because it was cold. And he told me, I have this pant, I don't use it, do you want it? And I was like, yeah, of course. And he didn't know me at all. He had another kind of intelligence, a kind of intelligence you cannot get like this, you know, social intelligence.
I said to James that, James, first time I met you was, you know, in this prison, and you looked as confused as if you were just dumped down on the earth from the moon or something. And you basically destroyed my whole idea of this great war journalist, James Foley. And then suddenly I find out that you are very clumsy, you're very bad at sports. But then again, you're the most, I think I said to him, you know, you're the most honest person. There is no evil at all to find in you, James. You are pure good, sometimes too good. And I'm really happy that I've met you.
He was really trying to teach me, John, you need to look outside yourself. John, it's not about physical or monetary things. It's about how you act. It's who you teach, who you mentor. Who's going to remember you? What are they going to remember about you?
You know, the thing is there's physical courage, right? For some reason, I have physical courage. But really, think about it, that's nothing compared to moral courage. I can go and get those shots, but if I don't have the moral courage to challenge authority, to write about things that are gonna maybe have reprisals on my career, if I don't have that moral courage, we don't have journalism.
So, Diane, thank you for sharing Jim's story with us. We'd like to hear about your story in all of this, and especially your experience of forgiveness.
Sure. Well, I'm honored to be here. Thank you, Amy. And it was a big loss to lose our son, Jim. He was our oldest son, and because he was oldest, some of you parents may relate to the fact that sometimes we don't know who they become as adults. And that was the case with me. I was home with 4 younger children, and Jim was off doing his thing. But I really didn't realize the man he had become. So after Jim was murdered, that was literally the biggest test of my life. And it was really, I initially felt a lot of, well, let me back up a little bit. When Jim was in captivity, he was in captivity for nearly 2 years. And I should tell you that because he was taken on Thanksgiving Day in 2012. And as Amy said, when we didn't hear from him, that seemed odd because Jim always called on holidays. He was often far away, but he always kept in touch with us. And so we didn't hear from him. It was very strange. And he was, in fact, kidnapped when he was very near the Turkish border when he was kidnapped. And we never heard his voice again until he was killed. But our government told us to just not tell anybody, and that, you know, so we did that, and we were very frantic because there was no trace of Jim anywhere. And FBI didn't know, nobody knew where he was, what had happened to him. So I quit my job. I was working as a family nurse practitioner at that point, and I thought, I need to let people in Washington somewhere know that Jim is missing. And so I spent the next 18 months very naively trying to travel to Washington, here to New York, to the UN, and meeting various ambassadors, and just really begging for help. I had no idea how to find Jim or bring him home, but I just felt I needed to remind people that he was missing. And at that time, we didn't know he was with other Americans or other people at all. We knew nothing. And we trusted, though. Our government kept telling me he was their highest priority, and so I trusted that. However, when European hostages started to come out, it was actually the three Spanish hostages who first came out in February of 2014, and then the French followed, and shortly after an Italian. And it was then that I started to realize that we were on our own, and became quite frantic, really, trying to figure out what to do. We had been told we'd be prosecuted if we dared to raise a ransom ourselves. We had been threatened 3 times, actually, with that, but at that point we thought we're going to try to do what we can to raise pledges for a ransom, which we did, but the captors never got back in touch with us until just before Jim's murder. And at that time I was naive enough to think, well, maybe we'll offer now to see if they'll negotiate with us, but it was obviously too late. So when a couple of weeks before Jim was killed, I was exhausted. And I just didn't know what else to do. So I remember going to our little adoration chapel near our church, and I just fell on my knees and surrendered Jim. Lord, I just don't know what else I can do. I really had no idea. And it was 2 weeks later that he died. He was killed. And I remember the shock and telling the Lord that that's not what I meant, And, I was just so shocked. And I remember feeling a huge surge of anger. I was so mad at our government because I had felt lied to, misled, instead of just frankly telling me they couldn't help me. So I was very angry about that. And I remember telling our local pastor, "Oh, Father, just help me not to become bitter, that I don't want to be bitter." And, but I really had to pray really hard about that at that time. But it was, it was shortly after Jim was killed when it was like angels descended on us, literally. It was our community, people from all over the world. We received buckets of mail for a year after Jim's murder, literally. We received mail addressed to the Foleys in New Hampshire, and we got it. We received a huge cross with Jim's name engraved, and just the goodness of people, children's paintings and gifts, and donations came in. So it was at that time, it was really Jim's goodness, and obviously the Lord working through Jim and all of the angels who were so good to us, that it just made me realize we had to do some good with this, that Jim would not have wanted. He was so full of life and so wanted to give to the world, that we knew we had to do something that would be helpful to others, especially with the donations that were coming in. So that's when, a few weeks after Jim died, with some of Jim's good friends who were attorneys, we started the James Foley Legacy Foundation. And our hope was to help other innocent, in our case, US nationals, who were kidnapped abroad or wrongfully detained by other governments abroad, to have an opportunity, at least a chance, to come home. So that was our mission, along with promoting journalist safety. That's another passion of ours, so that journalists can be free to do their work and keep safe. So.
Thank you. And Diane, you actually went to go meet with one of the men involved with the death of your son. Can you tell us about that experience?
Yes, yes. That was quite a few years later. Jim was killed in August of 2014, and in January of 2018, two of the British jihadists who had captured and kidnapped and tortured Jim were actually arrested, identified and arrested in northern Syria. So they, after a lot of work and collaboration with the UK, they were extradited and brought to the United States in the fall of 2021. And one of the jihadists, Alexander, pleaded guilty to all counts. The other one did not and went to a full trial, but Alexander pleaded guilty, and part of his plea deal was he offered to talk to victims. And I just knew Jim would have wanted me to talk to him. He would have wanted me to give him a chance to tell his story, to listen to his story, and also I wanted to tell Alexander about Jim, because Jim had worked with many young men who'd had very rough lives in the inner city of Phoenix and Chicago, and gave me an opportunity to talk to Alexander and oddly tell him that in a different life they might have even been friends. You know, it's so bizarre. But yes, I had 3 opportunities to speak with Alexander.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Sure. I want to move now to Anastasiia, to a modern-day conflict. And I want to ask you, Anastasiia, we entitled this event, You will never succeed in convincing me to hate you. Does that title resonate in your experience? And I should say too, Anastasiia is going to speak in her native Ukrainian, and we'll have it translated for you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Nastia. I'm a Ukrainian from Kharkiv. I'm also the director of a Ukrainian NGO called Emmaus. Along with our boys and girls, we left for Italy and now are living in Italy. My hometown, Kharkiv, is one of the cities in eastern Ukraine that borders Russia. I've lived there all my life. But on the morning of February 24th, the first bombs fell there, and my life has changed forever. It's been 356 days. The war continues in my country. It was not an easy decision for me to come here. I wasn't home for an entire year and want to go home more and more every day. Getting back to the title of the meeting, I want to say that this is still an open question for me. because we were made to hate. I've never felt such rage as I feel now. A rage from injustice, from violence, from the absurdity of what's being said. And generally, I have no right to talk about hatred because I didn't lose anyone in this war. But since I have to talk about this topic, I would like to describe the reality that I'm living in. I often remember my grandmother calming me down at the start of the war. Telling me that when Germans entered their village, they ordered all the women and children to be taken to the forest. And the children with babies were sleeping under the carts to keep warm, others slept on the ground and in the snow. So she said, "Don't worry, women with children will be evacuated first." As I was listening to this, I heard a voice in my head saying that Grandma is talking about World War II. This war will not happen again. But Russia has attacked Ukraine exactly on this scale, and from the first day they've been killing more brutally than the Germans did, and they're raping, shooting columns of women and children. I've been afraid for a long time. All the connections are disturbed. My parents are being bombed in Kharkiv. I was afraid for that my son would be an orphan. And I'm afraid and always think about other children that have already become orphans in this terrible war. Lots of our friends of our relatives and parents, they are at the front lines. Somebody in the hospital, somebody was badly wounded, somebody unfortunately died. And every Ukrainian experienced this loss and pain every day. I've been hearing from many of my loved ones words like, "They have ruined my life." But some voice inside of me was telling me and is telling me that you'll never make me think that you have ruined my life. And along with the pain of separation, I had a different experience. So that's how I understand the title of our meeting today. You'll never make me think that you have ruined my life. I would lose if I just stop at hating. Along with the circumstances that provoke hatred since the beginning of war, reality began to call on us more intensively than before. My little son requires attention and love. Lots of people started contacting us at Emmaus, asking to be evacuated to Italy and for additional assistance. We had to be with our boys and girls that were made more vulnerable by this war. And we had to be together and support each other, our entire team who lives in Italy, although their relatives remained in Ukraine.
Thank you, Anastasiia. Thank you. And thank you to Diane. We've been hearing about this desire to not let the bitterness overtake you, and the desire that you have to not give in to this thought of, like, I'm not going to give in to the thought that you're able to ruin my life. So I think what we can see in this journey is the desire to forgive, the desire to live without the burden of the hate or the bitterness is there, and yet I think we all recognize that, humanly speaking, this is not easy. And so to help us, we're fortunate to be joined via Zoom by Archbishop Pizzaballa, and he's going to help us look a little more deeply at this experience.
Do you hear me? Hello? Can I talk?
Okay.
Do you hear me? Can I talk? I don't know. No one says anything. I don't understand.
Go. Yes, your
Okay.
beatitude. So thank you for joining us. And so again, just in case you didn't hear from our conversation, we've been hearing about this desire, this need to be freed from a burden of bitterness, of giving into hatred, and yet, humanly speaking, forgiveness is very difficult. So we're grateful that you could join us, because you live in a land too often dominated by conflict and violence. So can you help to deepen this? What is your own experience with this desire for forgiveness?
Good afternoon to all of you. For me, it's almost night. I'm in Amman right now, on my way to Jerusalem, arriving from Beirut, and I'm in a very, very provisional station. I hope you can hear me well. So going back to your question, talking about forgiveness, reconciliation is not easy in Holy Land. Is one of the words that we keep far from us, from our experience. Forgiveness, justice, peace, reconciliation, they are perceived more as slogans than the real life, and something that we consider not attached to our everyday life, to our experience. So, and this is because of the frustration that is coming from many failures in a political level, religious level, and social level, of course, everyone knows. But if from one side is very difficult to talk almost among people about forgiveness, justice, and peace, on the other side is also is clear to all of us, especially for believers, that we cannot avoid this. Forgiveness, justice, and peace are not slogans. For believers, are part of our life. If you decide, your decision for Jesus Christ, your decision for God becomes also a decision for men. And you cannot separate these two aspects. Anyway, to be concrete, I don't know how much time I have, but to be concrete, before I say how I live my commitment in this regard, I need to at least briefly outline the context in which I live. Otherwise, it's not clear. So that it will be clear what consists the commitment and how to make concrete the desire for reconciliation and forgiveness. I don't want to present the complex political, religious, and social dynamics of the Holy Land, of course. It is well known, more or less, at least in broad strokes. There are countless studies on the subject anyone can find. And it will require also a lot of time, and we don't have all this time. It is enough for me to say that on the political and social level, to which the religious level is linked, we cannot separate political, social, and religious level. What is common to all Israelis and Palestinians is the lack of trust. No one trusts the other anymore, on the political level as well on the social level. Both populations do not even want to hear about the so-called peace process after its many failures and betrayals, as I said. Politics on both sides of the wall who separates Israel and Palestine, is weak. Politics is weak. We have 5 political elections in 2 years for Israelis, and no political election since 2005 for Palestine. Sorry. On both sides, there is a lack of political leadership, an increasing polarization of political positions, lack of vision, huge economic and social disparities between Palestinians and Israelis. In Israel, most recent general elections brought a coalition of the extreme religious right into government, which seriously jeopardized the composition of Israel's already fragile social fabric between religious and secular Jews, for instance, and between Jews and Arabs. In Gaza, the situation is even more problematic. 2 million people locked inside a very small strip of land in a situation of severe poverty and very high unemployment. There, people are deprived of water and electricity for several hours during the day, under a regime increasingly in trouble and at the same time deeply intrusive into the lives of the population and institutions. Meanwhile, in West Bank, Palestine, Bethlehem, Ramallah, these cities, the expansions of settlements makes the prospects for a possible, albeit distant, agreement increasingly fragile. With the latest Israeli elections, as I said, any possibility of dialogue is now out of question. There are parties in the coalition that even wish for the dissolution of the Palestinian Authority. Unthinkable, therefore, any serious prospect of change. I can continue. Anyway, I cut. On the other side, on the other hand, Palestinian Authority is very fragile, very weak, and there is no negotiation, and the frustration among the two peoples is increasing. So the list is very long. These are just some of the elements that nevertheless characterize the life of my community, in which I have been called to work. What does it mean then in this context to be committed to forgiveness, peace, and justice? How does this commitment build my life and my role as pastor, called to speak a clear word, a word of truth, certainly, but also at the same time, a word that builds again the trust which is so needed. A word that opens perspectives, that does not lock me and my community in an attitude of resignations or rebellion, especially in that context of distrust and lack of political dynamics, as I said. First of all, it is necessary for such a commitment to have a real personal conviction. We cannot separate what is said from who is saying it. Witness credibility is the necessary prerequisite for any serious commitment. They have to see, my people they have to see that I believe in what they say. The work of a church speaking out of peace and justice would make no sense and would not succeed in any way if our pastor did not truly believe it. It's not a granted. One must truly be convinced and deeply aware that in this storm context, commitment to peace and justice must be, as I said, the first and immediate expression of one's life of faith. If my primary task as a pastor is to guard God's presence in the true life of my community, it must also be clear to me that defending God's rights also means defending human rights, and vice versa. These two aspects cannot be separated. Each pastor, moreover, necessarily brings to this personal commitment his personality, his life experience, its sensibility, story, and so on. My commitment, my words must be to be credible, consistent with who I am. At the same time, it is also important to be aware that my being here in Holy Land as a pastor is not the fruit of chance, but of providence, which means that providence at this time needs a commitment to justice and peace and forgiveness linked to my being, my personal experience, something I have the duty to transmit to my community. I have to be myself. I have to tell my people what I see as pastor, being myself, not to bring the idea of someone else. I'm also aware of course, that communication must be two-way, that my story, personality, and experience must be enriched by my community listening and participation. They have to try to find in me an attentive heart capable of understanding. So, what then is my approach? What is close to my heart in this commitment that disturbs and troubles me? I insist, disturbs and troubles me. I believe that one cannot seriously talk about justice and peace from a Christian perspective without adding to them the word forgiveness, which, however, is considered almost taboo in the Holy Land. I'm convinced that we will not be able to overcome the obstacle that stand today in the path of reconciliation, nor build a peaceful future if we do not have the courage to purify our reading of history from the huge burden of pain and injustice that still heavily conditions the present and many of the choices made today. It is not a matter of forgetting, certainly. However, it will be very difficult to build a peaceful future if one places being a victim as a basis of one personal, social, and national identity, rather than basing one's prospect on a common hope. This is very typical non-Middle East. I just arrived from Lebanon, it's the same there. At the center, it's myself, my pain, my being victim at the social, religious, national level, and the others are the source of my pain. If the starting point is this, you'll never get out. Forgiveness is a necessary ingredient to overcome this impasse. There cannot be purification of relationship if one does not have the courage to talk about forgiveness, to open up paths of reconciliation, not only at the level of a small group or communities, but in a more general context, both political and religious. This is not an obvious topic. In the Israeli-Palestinian political context, forgiveness is understood as a giving up the defense of one's right. The various local cultural and religious matrices, moreover, have a huge influence in this issue. Judaism, Islam, and Christianity have a very different approaches to the experience of forgiveness, which is often understood by all as somewhat synonymous with weakness. This discourse, however, requires first and foremost my personal willingness to live forgiveness, to be reconciled, to have my community see in me that reconciliation and forgiveness are not words, but a lived life, visible and tangible, and that forgiveness generates peace. They must see in me a person that at peace, capable of making a vital synthesis between faith in God, and life. As for the impact on the real life of my people, in fact, one question must be kept in mind, a question that is not easy to answer, and I don't have always an answer. How can I help them, my people, my flock, my community, help them rethink their history and purify their memory? How can I speak of forgiveness to my people as long as their daily life is marked by injustice and pain? Often my people say to me, for you Italian, they are Palestinians talking to me, for you Italian, it is easy to talk about peace, justice, forgiveness. But for us, who experience this difficulty every day, how do you think it is possible to talk for us about forgiveness? Such a thing is not easy to answer. Yet I remain convinced that talking about forgiveness is necessary, while being aware that it is also necessary to listen and give voice to that very resistance to forgiveness. This reconciliation and synthesis is difficult, always painful, and does not always work. To remain in and to live through this laceration is also part of my service, without the pretension of imposing solutions, but simply to be in this expectation that is both trusting and painful, full of hope for a possible change, yet exhausting, but also based on faith in the providential God. And this is where another aspect comes into play, one that is not often talked about, but is essential in this service, the service I make: loneliness. Committing oneself to peace and justice along with forgiveness is not something that provokes immediate sympathy. To be amid a situation where full adherence is required on one side or others, Palestinians want you to be with them against the others. The same Israelis. So we have to decide with whom we want to vote. So when you want to talk about forgiveness, none of them will understand you. So, but if this is your conviction, if you're convinced that you have to talk about it, we have to also be aware that we will remain alone. It's not always that simple, because then it's not just to be alone, but also to face misunderstanding, resistance, opposition, and many other things. I don't think it is possible to be truly committed as a believer to justice and peace and simultaneously be acclaimed. For many years, I've been accompanying this discernment by a gospel passage. I said this several times. I'm sorry if someone already heard this. A gospel passage, the dramatic choice forced upon the people between Jesus and Barabbas. I think everyone understands where we are, the Passion of Jesus. Jesus and Barabbas. It is a choice that is placed before each of us every day. Pilate shows the people two figures of the Messiah, Jesus and Barabbas. Barabbas in Aramaic means son of the Father. It is a messianic title. It is a title that mimics the figure of Jesus, the real Bar Abba, the son of the Father, who calls the latter Abba. Barabbas was not just a normal criminal, was an activist, political activist, as we would say today. He fought for the liberation of his people. He had his own followers. He wanted justice, freedom, dignity for his people. His messianism was simple, concrete, attractive, and not at all utopian. We have to fight the Roman occupation, and we have to be strong against them. On the other side, there was Jesus. As Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, I found myself from the very beginning in a situation that requires a choice, a clear and precise position in the face of the more or less armed conflict that I described at the beginning. How do I reconcile this demand to take sides, Palestinians, Israelis, with who I am and what I just said about forgiveness? More generally, I frequently ask myself the question of how to defend the rights of God and men in this context, that is, how to talk about forgiveness, how to be faithful to Christ, who on the cross freely forgives, without giving the impression that I'm not defending the flock entrusted to me, their rights, their expectations. What does it mean concretely to be on the side of Jesus and not Barabbas? How to preach love to enemies without giving the impression to confirm one narrative against the other, Israelis versus Palestinian or vice versa. How to heal divisions with firm and just choices without creating more rifts, and always with mercy. How to be bishop, to demand obedience, but to turn the other cheek to those who do not obey and foment conflict. Every day, I too am forced to make a choice, Jesus or Barabbas. In the Middle East, in Jerusalem as in Aleppo, every Christian, like me, is faced with this dramatic choice, Jesus or Barabbas, to die on the cross or to fight. How can you speak about deliverance from the bondage of sin, about forgiveness, when your people suffer from the domination of a foreign authority? It is permissible to measure pain and loss of life by quantity. Usually we say 100 Palestinians killed, 10 Israelis killed. So Palestinians suffer more than Israelis. Is this a criteria? More concretely, I'm often asked how can I expect to forgive the Israelis who oppress me as long as I'm under oppression? Wouldn't that mean giving them the upper hand, giving them free rein without defending my rights? Before talking about forgiveness, it is not necessary that justice be done. The Israelis in turn may reply, how can I forgive those who kill my people? These are questions behind which there is a real, sincere pain that we have to respect. How can you speak of a relationship with a Father who art in heaven when your child, your father, your mother are killed or arrested and humiliated before your eyes? How can you speak of joy in the Spirit to me when I'm deprived of my basic rights? After all, Barabbas is not so bad. In fact, he is very reasonable. Yet choosing Christ is not choosing indifference to the evil in the world. Yet there is the Barabbas mentality, the fundamentalism of those who want to make some kind of new crusaders. But there is also the indifference of a disembodied Christianity. After all, the Christians choose Christ, who died on the cross, failed and defeated. From a strictly human point of view, there is no doubt that forgiveness resembles defeat. Jesus did not solve any of the social and political problems of his time. Nothing. Jesus did not liberate mankind from any human oppression. He did not effect liberation, one of the liberation, but the liberation. He reestablished in its deep root the relationship between God and men, between men and men. But he didn't solve any of the social and political conflict of that time. In the face of the evil in the world, in conclusion, then, is my duty as a pastor to say that the Christian's task is simply to suffer, to die on the cross like Jesus, to allow oneself to be pierced, to be defeated. The Christians have nothing to say in the face of the tragedy unfolding before them. Certainly not. No, it's not like this. In the face of the situation in the Middle East, certainly Christians give of themselves as much as anyone else, because justice, peace, freedom, dignity, and equality are attitudes they have experienced personally, attitudes that belong to them and that they want to become common to all. They cooperate with everyone without any exclusion to make this desire of forgiveness and peace come true. Christians desire and fight for justice and dignity because both belong to the harmony that has been restored to us through the sacrifice of Christ. Yes, yet Christians also do not allow themselves to be changed by the evil that is before them. I was very touched by the testimony of the Miss Foley. So the evil didn't touch her heart. Even they suffer. She suffered from it like anyone else, because we have been liberated and redeemed, but the suffering remains with us. According to the Barabbas mindset, however, this way of striving for justice and peace is a failure, is what people say to us. It will lead nowhere. It is a strategy of wishful thinking with no future. According to this view, Christianity in the Middle East is powerless, finished, crushed. Yet the testimony of so many people, especially the little ones, the poor, those who have nothing, tells us that despite everything, it is true much is destroyed, but anyway, a seed remains. And from there, life will be born again. I just want to bring very shortly the testimony of Gaza. The Christian community of Gaza is a small community, 800 people out of 2 million Muslims, in very difficult social, political, and religious context. Very high unemployment, religious freedom is problematic, a lot of problems. I don't want to enter into the details. But despite everything, this is the less complaining community of my diocese. And I see every time I go there, I see them committed to as Christians, because they say, we are Christians, we have to do something. We cannot remain just here complaining and doing nothing. And they cooperate, especially with Caritas, many other institutions, and with Muslims, many other Muslims, to work to, they cannot solve all the social problem of Gaza, of course, but they spread a lot of clinics in all the strip in order to help population, the poor, those are without anything, everything, and very committed, full of life. And while they have all the reasons to complain about their situation. And one of them, I was touched by her experience, her testimony, Rada. She keeps saying that she is very active in working for justice and peace. She is not giving up to her rights as Palestinian, but said, I don't want the hate to enter my heart, and I pray every day the Lord in order to be able to leave the forgiveness for what I'm living here. So there are small examples. I can bring many other examples, just to say that even if the institutions are paralyzed, even our religious institutions are paralyzed, we have a lot of antibodies in the territory, a lot of people, Christians, not Christians, that make forgiveness something concrete in their life, despite everything. In conclusion, I continually ask myself, in this specific context that is mine, and which is perhaps different from others, what position to adopt in the face of these complex situations, how to commit myself to true lived and experienced peace and justice, and not to empty rhetoric and ideologies. I believe it is good to be wary of those who offer certain clear and easy answers. Easy answers in complex and torn contexts like ours are always fallacious. I think it is often mostly a matter of being there, inside a wound, a matter of accepting sometimes that we have no other solution than to be there, to be close, to be neighbors, without pretending to teach forgiveness, but trying to share it. You cannot teach forgiveness. Forgiveness is always a gift that you receive from others. The only way to teach forgiveness, justice, and peace is to experience and witness them. An academic exercise or a political decision may explain or ratify, but never precede the decision to commit oneself to peace, justice, and forgiveness, which is the result of an option of the heart. Because, let's face it, after all, forgiveness is nothing but a synonym for love, and only a great love for God and for one's community can give foundation and meaning to our commitment to peace and justice, and to a gesture as truly revolutionary as forgiveness. This is my small experience. In conclusion, I don't have a clear answer to the question that you posed to me, you put to me, but I can say that forgiveness, anyway, is possible to experience in those who have love, and they have open heart to the life and to God, of course. And despite all, this is possible also in Holy Land. And my service as pastor is to be there, and to be also not to pretend my people to understand, to share, but to be there with them and to support them. This is what I'm called to do. Thank you. I don't know if you're listening to me because I don't see anyone, but I am impressed I'm talking to myself.
Yes, I'll just conclude by thanking each of you for this concrete witness that has made forgiveness concrete in our lives. So we thank each of you for being here today. You can meet Diane and learn more about the James Foley Legacy Foundation at the Human Adventure Book Table. And you can also meet Anastasiia to learn more about Emmaus at the O.C.S.O table. Both are outside in the auditorium. And we would also like to thank again the Land of Peace, who helped organize this event. Land for Peace is a not-for-profit whose goals are to raise awareness of the Christian situation in the Holy Land, to help Christian families in Bethlehem that struggle to remain there due to wars, the effect of ISIS, and many other hardships. Please stop by their table outside. Thank you.
What is that, Land of Peace?
I want to echo Amy's thank you to our panelists, particularly for their deepening of this conversation of co-suffering and understanding what it is to forgive in many contexts. Just a moment. I also wanted to let you know that I am here to remind you of much lesser choices that you have facing your life, much less decisive than that to forgive and to suffer. You can either sit here and wait until 4 p.m. and see the presentation on the religious sense with John Cavadini, Father Michael Carvill, and John Zucchi, or you can hustle upstairs to the second floor and see the introduction, the presentation on the exhibit. You have to put your heart in everything you do on the Servant of God, Enzo Piccinini. That's in the second floor auditorium. Do not forget there are exhibits, one on this ground floor and then others upstairs on the 5th floor. And this evening, we have a singer-songwriter contest at 9 p.m. Forgiving you in advance for ignoring all of my announcements.
Yeah, just put like where you like hold it like you're going. Yeah. So I want like this low right here. You need to flip it here. Yeah, I'm gonna go here. Did I hear your low C? Low C.
If I scoot up, is it going to make it easier?
Yes,
forward?
that'll be.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially for the S.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to try and maintain this.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Yeah. It's a very weird acoustic, eh?
Yeah, it's so strange.
But you at least have a tape, so you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Because for me it's much.
You can't. It's hard to hear us. You actually need.
I hear you, but not like that nuances that I can hear.
So you have a wedge there and one monitor there.
I don't know because at the same time I never use monitor, so if it messes up things, I don't know.
Yeah. Did you feel when you were just playing like you couldn't hear us when you needed to hear certain times, or was it just like
in general I can, but balance is different. Like I cannot hear certain nuances, and so
everyone's quiet, then it should be fine. If it's like dead silent in here.
Ok, sì, vabbè, parli con David, io sono sul palco, io sto aiutando la cosa. David sta facendo il venuto adesso. David Paradella, Filippino. Dovrebbe essere vicino al sandwich. Io sono sul palco, non mi vedi? Sì, sandwich è di là.
Schubert's trio proposes ideally the journey of a man, as it were the journey of every man, who appears on the scene of the world, a young man bouncing with positive drive. From the start, the music presents him bursting with energy and determination to get on in life. Then it is as if, as time passes and circumstances change, problems, uncertainties, and suffering begins to surface. In the second movement, that vital drive is challenged, tested, interrogated as to its energies and its hopes of fulfillment. Here emerges one of the most sadly beautiful melodies of our musical tradition. It expresses the desire to get to the heart of things, and at the same time, the awareness of the inadequacy of the means available. Hence, its agonizing sadness. When a man finds a beautiful melody, he wants nothing else. This is the characteristic of heaven. You will be unable to want anything else. This is happiness, being unable to desire anything else because you are fulfilled.
Not bad. There's beauty in Schubert. There's thirst for beauty in Schubert. There's beauty in Giussani's words. There's thirst for beauty in Giussani's words. There's thirst for beauty and love and justice in our heart, the core of the religious sense. But there's also beauty in friendship, in this impossible unity, in motherhood and fatherhood. And that's why I'm really grateful to Cardinal Dolan for his presence, his fatherly presence, and I invite him to share a few words with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everybody. I always appreciate your invitation to the encounter, and I'm unfailingly inspired by your company, so thank you very much. You're lucky. I think it was about, you escaped a tough pitch, because about 6 months ago, I was graciously invited to give a talk, at the full-fledged talk at the encounter, and I had to respond. I said, I can't come this year because I have to go to a meeting of one of the congregations that I'm on as a cardinal in Rome. So I didn't think I'd be able to be with you. And then about a month ago, I got word that because of the reshuffling of the Curia by the Holy Father, the meeting had been postponed, so I'm able to come, but you don't have to listen to me for a full talk, because all I've been asked to do is give you a word of warm welcome, and boy, that I can do exuberantly. I'm grateful for the company of brother bishops. I know Cardinal O'Malley is here. Boy, you can't blame him for getting out of Boston, huh? Archbishop Gutsiak is here. We were just together at a very moving prayer service on this somber first anniversary of the aggression in Russia. I know that our nuncio, Archbishop Christophe Pierre, is here. I see Bishop Massa, and I see Bishop Reika. So it's sure good to be with you, brother bishops. Thank you. Now, of all the array of reasons for my long admiration for Comunione e Liberazione, one stands out at this annual gathering. You interested? Namely, the charism of CNL, the insights of Father Giussani, the radiance of this annual encounter display to me an illuminating understanding by you of the teachings of the Second Vatican Council, especially in Lumen Gentium and Gaudium et Spes, the teaching of the Council on the relationship, the delicate, sensitive relationship between the Church and the world, between the Church and culture, between the Church and society. Now, to be sure, the Bible warns us about the evils of the world, the evils of culture, the evil of society. You bet there are. We know them well, right? But the Council also ringingly recalls the words of Jesus, calling us to be lights to the world, reminding us that Jesus came not to condemn the world, but to save it, that God saved the world so much that he sent us his only begotten Son. You all are prophetic in your posture of, yes, challenge to the evils of culture, society, and the world, but also spotlighting the good. It might be an art, poetry, literature, dance, song, music, like that stunning piece we just heard. Even such things as economics and politics, history. Thus, this annual encounter is evidence of a productive approach, of accompaniment, dialogue, invitation, outreach, cooperation, friendship, welcome, encouragement. Encounter, I suppose, is the best word. All vocabulary, by the way, that's often repeated by Pope Francis. Now, New York City needs you. We need this example, you guys. And that's why you're so welcome. New York City needs your example. New York City needs this encounter. So does, by the way, the world. So does the church. So, as a matter of fact, do I. So not only are you welcome, not only am I grateful, but please keep it up. Nice to be with you. All right.
And now straight to the religious sense. We have with us 3 guests. Now they're being entertained by the Cardinal. So. I don't know, I could tell a joke, but I don't know any jokes. Okay, guys, you can come upstairs. Oh. So thanks for being here. John Cavadini, Director of McGrath Institute for Church Life at the University of Notre Dame. That was not supposed to happen. Father Michael Carvill, U.S. Coordinator of Communion Liberation. Same as above. And John Zucchi, Professor of History at McGill University and translator of the religious sense, which means if you don't like the translation, he's the one to blame. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And on the Encounter's behalf, I'd like to welcome everybody, those here in the Metropolis Pavilion, and also those following us online. I'd also like to begin by thanking SOMOS for its generous help in organizing this event. I'd like to mention one other item here, that is that this event also introduces The Trunk is Rooted Where the Truth Lies, an exhibit on the self and the other in the life and thought of the servant of God, Father Luigi Giussani. This event is going to be a conversation, what we might call an introduction, an invitation, an encouragement to engage with the religious sense, Father Giussani's seminal work, which has just been released by McGill Queen's University Press in a new and revised version. I'd like to begin with a very short story, but when the book was first, or at least when the translation had been completed, we had to find an author, a publishing company to publish the translation. And I approached McGill Queen's University Press about this, and they agreed to publish a translation. And I thought this was, well, wonderful, certainly, but it's a standard thing that's done by major university presses to pick up 2 or 3 foreign books and publish them in English translation. When I met Father Giussani a few months later, he was bowled over by this. He kept asking me, 3, perhaps 4 times, tell me the story of how this all took place. And at the end of that, he said, so you were at the origin of this? I said, no, not really. And he goes, well, was I at the origin of this? And then he said, he was at the origin of this. And that struck me so much because by saying this, he really put into action what is so key to the religious sense, the fact that appearances tell us of another reality, a deeper reality. And it's in this spirit that we're going to have this conversation today. We want to avoid, obviously, a dry and didactic account of the religious sense. And we're very lucky to have with us today Father Michael and John Cavadini with us because they've engaged so deeply with this book and been touched by this book so deeply. So we're going to have, in a sense, a conversation not with 2 teachers as they are, but with 2 human beings who've been touched by the book, moved by it, by 2 witnesses, we could say. So if we could begin the conversation, and I'm going to start really with the question of the religious sense itself. I'd like to ask Father Michael, and I don't mean this as a please explain it all question, Father Michael, but I'd like this more as an insight to help us in a lifetime's work. From your reading of the book, what is the religious sense?
Yeah, I would say that the religious sense is, to put it in just 2 words and then maybe explore those 2 words just a little bit, I would say that it is a structural expectation. And by that I mean, by structural I simply mean that it's something that we all have. Just like we have a nose and eyes, a part of who we are as human beings is this expectation. It is part of who we are. It's not a choice. It's not an acquired ability or gift. It's something that's simply there. It's a structural expectation. And that is that we as human beings, when we live the experience of being human, we find that continually within our engagement in the reality that we encounter, when we open our eyes and when we begin to live, we discover that that we're after something, that we're not just
we're not just passive spectators, that there's a powerful dynamic force within our engagement in reality, which is an exploration, a search, a thirst, a hunger, a wanting to discover something which we don't even, if somebody asked us, what are you looking for? We'd find it hard, and we do find it hard to put it into words, but yet we do know deeply the experience of inadequacy. And that inadequacy, that experience of inadequacy of things comes precisely from this expectation. And the fact that this expectation doesn't get met. It doesn't get met in the day-to-day interaction with things. And therefore it continues forward, looking always, scanning the horizon, looking for something that might in some way be satisfying. I always think of going down to collect the mail. You know, when you go down to collect the mail and there's a little pile of envelopes on the floor under your mailbox. I don't know if they even do it that way anymore, but that's the way I think of it. I don't know, at least for me, there's a little expectation. Might there be a letter there that changes everything? Might there be a letter there that when I open it, it'll really change things? And to me, that reveals, in some sense, it's just one little experience that's revealing the fact that in me, as a human being, there's a waiting, there's a wanting, there's a desire, there's a point of comparison of things, there's a point of evaluation of things by which I rate the things that I encounter. I think I'd leave it with that for the moment, and then, because I think later on we'll probably have the opportunity to delve further into the way in which this expectation grows and becomes in some way more articulate and more aware, in some way, at least of the dimension of what it's an expectation for.
So this expectation, as you're saying, it's not just some characteristic, it's something structural, you say.
Yeah, by that I mean that it's part of who I am as a human being. I can't get rid of it. And it doesn't matter. It comes before in any consideration of the epoch in which you were born. We can find this in the most ancient literature. We can find this in the most distant and diverse cultures. We find it as truly something that's human. It's not belong to any category of human. It's belonged to the human person per se. That's what I mean by structural. It's us. It is ourself.
Thank you. John, you read The Religious Sense once many years ago, you said, and you read it recently. How have you understood The Religious Sense, particularly from the second reading?
Yeah, I did read it about 12 years ago, and I liked it.
That's good.
I reread it recently. Actually, I reread it on a plane coming home from Italy, appropriately. And it struck me totally differently. It really moved me. Actually, it made me cry, I hate to admit it, when I got to the end. And I was embarrassed because there were a lot of movies, you know, on the airplane that you can kind of see, sort of romantic ones, and I was thinking, I'm not crying at that, please, don't think. You can't help it, well, anyway. But this time, being a theologian, what really struck me about the book, only the last chapter, really, is about Revelation, which is where I live as a teacher. And the way that the whole thing is structured, so that it elaborates the religious sense as reasons, awareness of questions, the answer to which it's also aware go beyond reason. So that there's a way in which the human person, like Father was saying, is seeking. But I think what I like about Giussani is that he talks about it in terms of reason, and he kind of expands our understanding of reason, so that reason seeks, reason inquires, but reason seeks and inquires on the basis of awareness of human desire, awareness of the desire, he says, to explain the meaning of everything. And that what's beautiful is that he says, so reason becomes aware of something and it becomes aware of the answer as something which transcends reason, and that to deny that is irrational. So to deny that reason gets to a point where it becomes aware of an answer that transcends reason is ironically to unsay your own reason, to unsay your own being as reason. And so he talks about, in that last chapter, then he builds up to the possibility, he says, of revelation, which was very moving to me. He says that nothing can erase that possibility. And he brings up Mary, isn't it interesting? Right at that point, the Blessed Mother appears in this book right at that point, because she says, how can this be? And the angel says, because nothing is impossible with God. And so the Blessed Mother, she remains right there, right open to a possibility she can't fully foresee. And that sort of ongoing personal character of revelation in her whole life is always an openness, and it never goes away. And if you think about the 7 sorrows of Mary, for instance, you know, the prophecy of Simeon, it's like she was, wow, I mean, virginally conceived, this is going to be fantastic. This great thing is happening. And then all of a sudden, a sword shall pierce your heart. And then the flight to Egypt and all the hardships. And then meeting Jesus on the way of the cross. It's like, this isn't going the way I thought it was. In fact, it looks like it's going the wrong way. And imagine taking Jesus down from the cross, dead. It's like, that. Now what? But she didn't close off the possibility, right? That for God, nothing is impossible, even if you can't see beyond it. Who can see beyond death? And then in that openness, the resurrection quietly sneaks in the middle of the night, as something which unexpectedly greets that openness to mystery, the possibility of something we hadn't been able to form at all, seemed impossible, and yet it happened, snuck in.
I hope you don't think the question's too intimate, but what particularly moved you to tears in this?
Pardon me?
What particularly moved you to tears in this?
Well, can I read the line?
Yes, please.
It's actually the last paragraph, but I'm not going to read it all. It's this: the hypothesis of revelation cannot be destroyed by any preconception or option. This is the frontier of human dignity. Even if salvation does not come, still I want to be worthy of it in every instant. That's the last sentence in the book. That's what moved me. That this whole book is saying that's the religious sense when it comes to its fruition, and when we don't block it, it leads to a readiness like that. Even if salvation does not come, still I want to be worthy of it in every instant. That's kind of Marian, isn't it?
So another incapacity for worthiness. In our unworthiness, we still desire that worthiness.
Right. Even if it doesn't come, there's something like I don't see, what it might be, but I want to be worthy of it in every moment of my life.
Thank you. And Father Michael, what in particular struck you in the religious sense? If there's one spot that really, or one theme, one spot, one area in the book that really struck you?
There are an awful lot of things that struck me in the religious sense, and this point of the category of the possible remaining open, for me, is absolutely the most, in some ways, the most vital thing, which is that you know, to me always, it seems to me that the greatest objection against Christianity is to say it's impossible, that man there could not be God. It's impossible to shut it down before the consideration of it. And the thing that I find most beautiful and extraordinary in this book is the way in which it so profoundly establishes the profound unreasonableness, even the violence to our own nature that we have to do to eliminate that possibility, that category of possibility, to say that something is not possible. When I find a cloud over my perception of Christ present in the world, it always sends me back to this. It always sends me back to this. It sends me back to say, first of all, I can't, because there's moments when you kind of get lost in the small stuff, and it just seems, and I see this in the world, and I see this with people, sometimes at funerals in the church. I see people just, the idea of the ultimate, the hope of resurrection seems so forlorn and difficult to hold on to when you just look out at the simple and plain things around you. Really? But then, you see, there's a work here which to me is extremely valuable and is deeply helpful to me in my personal journey, which is, first of all, to know that everything is possible. It's what you said about the words of the words of the angel to Mary, because everything is possible to God. So the openness of that possibility, that category of possibility, removes from me a shadow over the whole human experience and allows me to open my eyes and look at what's happened to me in my life, and look at look at my family, look at this movement, look at the church, look at all the things, and perceive and see what's real, and be able to engage in what's real. So for me, I'd say that the most fascinating and the thing that I hold on to most from this book is that reason demands, and reason in some mysterious way is simply us. Reason isn't something I do. Reason is my relationship with the real. It's my relationship with what is. You shouldn't think of reason as some kind of box, you know. Here's your conscience, here's your reason, here's your stomach, you know. It's your reason is you in some way. It's you, your engagement. It's your ability to relate to and know and grasp what's there. And that demands openness. And because that demands openness, the claim of Christ has to be faced. Has to be faced. And I find that totally convincing. And then goes on the work of the claim of Christ and its verification in an experience of life, which is the second book.
It's interesting you're saying this, because we think of reason as almost often telling us that the impossible is impossible. It's reason that tells us the impossible. But here you're saying that reason tells us the impossible is possible. Right?
Yeah. I think that's right. I do think that's right.
Oh. Thank you. I'm going to also move to another theme here. I'd like to ask, begin with you, Father Michael, again, on two other key words that Father Giussani brings into the religious sense. You know, one of these is experience, and closely tied to it, the question of correspondence.
Yeah.
And they're words that, even in the movement, they're often bandied about. We often use them without understanding their depth, their deep significance. I was wondering if you could help tease out these words for us.
Yeah, I think one of the great things that Father Giussani has done for us and in the world of thought in some way, because ultimately I think that this book is a real contribution to the world of thought. to the history of thought, of humanity. Right now, we're the people who kind of are invested in it and we know it, but I think it really does deposit something that has enduring, it makes an enduring contribution. But I think one of the things that Father Giussani has done, and maybe this even in a special way in the Catholic environment, is he in some way restores the word experience to a real dignity, And he does that by observing and helping us to perceive that experience is the emergence of the real to our human knowing. And therefore, experience is not just things that happen. Experience is things that happen with the conclusions that we can draw from those things that happen, the judgment that we make of those things that happen. And in this way, we find ourselves with something that's profoundly unobjectionable if you think about it. I always come back to Peter outside the synagogue in Capernaum. Will you also leave? Peter wasn't given some authority he could call. He wasn't given some certificate that Jesus had. He wasn't given any method to respond to that question of Jesus other than what he had lived and seen and come to know by that living and seeing in those years he'd lived with Christ. So I think that experience, when Father Giussani speaks of experience, he's speaking about the completed work of encounter with reality. Not just the surface of the sense encounter, but the completed work. When the work of an encounter with something real reaches its fullness in knowledge, in awareness, in a grasp, in a relationship with that reality that you're looking at, that in some way owns it, in some way holds it, in some way makes it its own. So I think experience has to be seen as a dynamic of the human person. And I think correspondence is what it's the recognition. It's the recognition. And correspondence goes back to what I said at the beginning about the reality in front of us and about our our presence in reality. So correspondence means that I discovered that expectation in me responds to the things that I meet. And it has an ability to, and I said this before, it has an ability to evaluate the things that I meet. It has the ability to say, this is important, this is not important, this is secondary, this is primary, this is something I must pay attention to, this is something I can put off until tomorrow. Correspondence reveals, correspondence is ultimately the encounter with that expectation, the encounter between experience and that expectation. But it is the it's the recognition. The famous graffiti that Father Giussani sometimes quoted to us, quid animo satis, what can satisfy the soul? What is it? And I go about the world, almost like I have a detector, like some sort of a Geiger counter, that when I get close to certain things, it starts going beep, 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 beep. You're close now, you're close now. It's like within my humanity, there's this potential, this ability, this capacity to respond to the reality I encounter and to be moved by it. And being moved by it, to be able to perceive and recognize what begins to be the answer to that expectation. And it scans all of reality, looking always looking, always expecting, always going to the next thing. Yeah.
Thank you. We have this complex then of needs and evidences that we call the human heart. We have reality. We have this correspondence then between the two of you, as you just described. All of this obviously so closely, so intimately tied to the question of truth and the discovery of truth. And I have a question for you, John. You're a university professor. You have a large introductory class on Catholicism, but you teach at all different levels. You meet many students, some Catholic, some not, some practicing, some not. Can this concept, this correspondence with the heart, can this be useful for them and for these students in their question, in their quest for truth?
Yeah, absolutely. But I find that if you use that language, it doesn't get you very far. Because they already think they know what all those words mean. And so if you use that language, they sort of like tune you out. Yeah, I've heard that all before. And so even if you talk about the religious sense, all these students have the religious sense, though they've been taught really to ignore it. But if you say, they don't identify it as the religious sense. So they have an idea of God. The catechism starts with a natural desire for God, which in a way is the religious sense, pointing to that. And sometimes, someone, well, I don't have the desire for God, so I proved that wrong. Yeah, so right there. And then, but the issue is, what do you think God is? If you think God is, I don't know, a divine harpist sitting on a cloud, calmly observing the affairs of people, well, I don't have a desire for that either. I agree with you. So what is God? And also, what would the desire for God be? So that if you have to undo, you have to sneak behind all the ways they think they understand the language. I have a kind of stupid way of doing it. I'm almost embarrassed to tell you, but I asked them to think, all right, let's figure out, what does this word God mean? So let's just, how about something, I know you all watch B movies, and they all do. How about Godzilla? How's that for a candidate? And so Godzilla's kind of big, and in the movies, he's kind of got a heart. He's frustrated, but... And so you feel a little bit for him. So what would be something big enough for you to call God? Would it be Godzilla times 2? No. Godzilla times 4, how about that? How about Godzilla squared? Ooh. And they're all like pre-professional and whatever. So what about Avogadro's number of Godzillas? Which is a really big number. So they get the point, right? In the end, you do it by adding. So it's like if you put Godzilla on the board, you can very cleverly erase the Zilla. And what's left is God. So you get at the idea of transcendence, something that's big, you could say, or great, not just because it adds, not just because it's something finite that gets bigger and bigger within, not something that within this world, but something that transcends it. So you begin to get them to be aware of something. Is that what you mean by God? Well, yeah, but still I don't have the desire for it, whatever. So then it's because, like you said, they think of reason, but they think of the desire for God. Well, that's got to be I got to locate it. I know that I have desire for food. I know that I have the desire for love. And to get them somehow to see that implicit in all these desires, like running with them, in every one of them, there's the desire for something that transcends those. Like, even if you've had Thanksgiving dinner, the word hunger doesn't entirely lose its meaning. You're still hungry for something. Well, what is that something? Could we say it's the desire for meaning? This is what Giussani says. And that does click, because it's lodged within all of our desires, which even when they're satisfied, what does it all mean? And if they put those two things together, right, meaning, or the question of meaning, orders me to Godzilla without the Zilla. It gets somewhere, and therefore, to say that's the religious sense, right? You found it, that's what it is, but you have to help them name it. Otherwise, they think you're just talking about trying to force themselves, like Groucho Marx in A Night at the Opera, trying to force himself to like the opera. Trying to force yourself to like an old man sitting on a cloud.
We just heard that beautiful second movement of the Schubert trio, exquisitely played before by this trio. And there's that line from Father Giussani that was read at the introduction, where he said, yeah, discovering a beautiful melody, we want nothing else, that we have an intuition of the hereafter. In other words, there's an intuition of the hereafter in a beautiful melody. Certainly the students can at least have some sense of that experience, of what that experience of correspondence means. In other words, is it possible for them, through something that they are living or have lived, that they can understand what this correspondence refers to, that can give us a certainty regarding truth?
Yeah. That's a really excellent example, the example of music, because it's the example of beauty, right? You're hearing something beautiful, and in that moment, it seems like that's all you want. But there's a lot of ways. Giussani calls them preconceptions. There's a lot of preconceptions you can use, outside of that moment to dodge it. Like, well, beauty is just, I don't know, it's just something subjective. It isn't anything out there. They've all been taught these things. So in order to counteract that, sometimes I wear a flower to class, a carnation. They're like, whoa, what's that for? I said, what's what for? Like, well, that in your lapel. I said, well, what is that? It's just a piece of matter, right? That's all it is. It's just whatever. And they say, no, it's a flower. I said, why did you wear a flower today? Like, they all think I'm crazy. So I said, I thought just the other day you were saying all this could be is just a piece of matter, energy, interacting. So look, I'll take this flower and I take it out of my lapel, I slam it on the floor, and I step on it. And they're absolutely horrified. And one time I did this, and the floor was a little slippery. And I slipped on the flower that I just stepped on. I didn't entirely fall, so I halfway kept my dignity. But I said, why were you horrified? I just stepped on a piece of matter. You said that's what it was. And something was violated, right, in that moment that they they don't want to and simply explain it reductively.
Great, thank you. Great example. The theme of this year, who am I that you care for me? And then we have this current exhibit also entitled, having the same title, and this encounter right now, this event right now is entitled, Who Am I? Is it possible, I don't say to respond to this question, but even to understand the terms of this question without reference to the religious sense? Either one of you can begin.
I mean, I think just to ask this question is already to begin to engage with the religious sense. And I think you have to come back to that beautiful word, beauty. Excuse me for the tautology, but that beautiful word, beauty. Because that word beauty it already expresses something absolutely extraordinary that's going on in the experience of being a human being. The word beauty, the fact that the word beauty even exists, is already a very, very powerful evidence that there is in the human being. I mean, it brings the elements that you asked me about earlier together, experience and correspondence, because it's the fact that there is reality perceived as attractiveness. And to me, that's a fundamental source of this question: who are you that you care for me? Why is the world so beautiful? Why does the world touch my heart so much? Why does it beckon me so much? Why do I, on so many times, I look out and I see this beautiful world? And by beauty, I don't mean necessarily just the Grand Canyon or, an ocean scene, but I also mean this 2,000, or I don't know how many people are in this room now, but gathered here for this event and all the things, the event we had last night, the music we just had now. Beauty. Why is reality so enticing? Why do I want to live forever? What is it? What is it that would make me, that maybe sometimes when I do look at the beautiful ocean scene and I turn away, there's a hint of sadness. There's a hint of sadness because I have to turn away. I have to go. I have to turn away from that and go back to other things. Why is it that there's this, why is reality so attractive? Why is there a given something so profoundly attractive? And who are you who give it to me? I mean, I always ask my classes, I say, if you come into the house back from work and there's a big bunch of flowers on the table, what's the first thing you do? What's the very first thing you do? You say, oh, they're beautiful flowers. Even before that, you do something else. You rummage among the leaves. Where's that little card? You pull out the little card. Okay. And you put it down. And then you display the flowers. You put them in a bella vase. You put them out where you want them in the house. Who are you? I think that you, that the emergence of that you in the human experience betrays in the sense, reveals, I should say reveals. It reveals the religious sense. It reveals the fact that, I always remember a story when I was in the working world. I had a colleague and we used to sometimes go down to a computer center together to do some work. And sometimes he drives, sometimes I drive. He was radically atheist, and he always had new arguments for his atheism. I remember coasting up towards a green light, and him just gripping the steering wheel and saying, "Stay green, stay green, stay green." And I said to him, "Hey, Kevin, who are you talking to?" Who are you talking to? We talk to the real, because we perceive, we can't help but perceive the real as responsive to us, as an other. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. It's interesting. Yeah, we perceive the real, as you put it. I was, John before spoke about how he was moved by the book. The other day, reading this book again, I was chapter 10. I was in tears again, reading that section precisely on this, where Giussani says that we become aware of the real, and then of faces and things, and then of our I, of ourselves. That we begin to say I in that sense there. John, how about you? Do you think it's possible to answer that question? Who am I ultimately? Who am I that you care for me? Without this reference to the religious sense. In other words, is it simply a philosophical question, or is it, or can it, or is this religious sense absolutely necessary for understanding the terms of the question?
Yeah, I would have to say yes. I would first of all underscore everything that Father Michael said, and maybe I can also help you understand why this last chapter moved me so much and still does now, because it has to do with the you, right? Like you said, it has to do with the you. The you is that irreducible word. If you really mean it, it can't be reduced to anything but itself. But the way that he does it in that last chapter, he's built up the whole book so that reason, if it's true to itself, asks all these questions about meaning, etc., and if it's true to itself, becomes aware in that asking of an answer which is larger than itself, which transcends itself. And it's in that last chapter that after he's built all this up, that then he says, so we interpret that most successfully, if we're honest, with the word mystery. And so that the religious sense is a sense, ultimately, of the answer to our questions as something which transcends us, and that constitutes mystery. So if you're truly rational, true to your rationality, you'd be aware of of reality as ultimately a mystery. Step one. But then step two, so that he says is, you could say, natural revelation, that the cosmos reveals itself to reason as mystery. But then, what if that were to talk to you? What if that all of a sudden were to say, I love you, like whisper it to you, or something? Then you've got revelation, strictly speaking, that all of a sudden, this mystery has a voice and it has a name, Father. He uses the name Father. And then so that in the thing, who am I, that you care for me, all of a sudden in that moment, you're a you. This thing I've been, like, I didn't realize you were a you. I thought, but then to realize that that's a you, that thing that you've been ordered to, and that thing cares about you, and that it's a person, Father. That's the moment where you really fully understand who you are and the meaning of your life. It's that this person cared about me. And yet, as Giussani says, the fact that it can be named and understood in that sense only deepens the mystery. So it doesn't, in a sense, collapse the mystery of who am I, but it opens me to an identity that I could never have imagined for myself or given myself, and yet in the moment that it's given, all you can do is say thank you, like 1,000,000 times thank you for caring about me. And may I live every moment, whether salvation comes or not, as though I were worthy of it.
Thank you.
Of you.
Thanks, John. Thank you. And as when you say this, again, you bring me back to chapter 10. I think once again, I think of our own human condition now, where we think, in particular with technology, but not only with technology, we think we are so much in control of everything. And in front of this you, one of the great discoveries Father Giussani points out in chapter 10 is that we depend, that we depend on another ultimately, that we depend on someone else. I'd like to ask, I'll begin with Father Michael, why for Father Giussani is this awareness that we belong such a fundamental aspect of life?
I mean, I'd say a couple of things, but the first thing I'd say is because it's a fact. Because it's, I think, first, it's a testimony in some way. It's a testimony of his in some way. He wants to propose this. The other thing, though, is if we don't belong, then, excuse me, but what the hell are we? What on earth is this creature me? What on earth am I? What on earth is all this reality about? It becomes completely impenetrable. Reality becomes completely impenetrable without this recognition that of its nature is something that, Father Giussani in the book, he gives us this thought experiment, so to speak, of the person who has all the awareness and critical capabilities that we've acquired in a life of experience, but you open your eyes for the very first time like a baby coming out of the womb on reality, and he says, what's the first thing? What's the first perception? And the first perception is things. The first perception is reality. The first perception is something that is given. Something that is given. That it's so easy to get caught up in the complexity of thoughts, but the simplest mind in front of the phenomenon of reality has to perceive it as gift, as given. What's the question again? Sorry if you don't mind. Sorry, yeah.
Do I have to look it up?
No, just the last little bit.
No, why for Father Giussani is dependency so fundamental?
Why is the recognition of dependence so important for Father Giussani? I think it's because it is Father Giussani perceives that the nature of human reason as need to know the reality in which we find ourselves, the quest to comprehend and understand. If there's some strange object on the table there that seems to have nothing to do with this meeting, I can't help but, maybe I'm sitting back here trying to ignore it, but I'm saying, what the hell is that? What's that? What's that? What's that thing there? I wonder what that's doing there, right? The unknown just beckons. Reason has this all-pervasive, all-invasive power to want to know without the perception that we belong. You can get nowhere. The knowing process can get nowhere. I don't know. That's the answer I can come to.
Yeah, I'm actually interested in this relationship between what you were saying, this fact that we depend, and what you call the impenetrability of reality without that dependence. Why do you say this?
Because I say that what is being? What is being? What is stuff? What is, I always think that this verb to be, the verb to be designates an action, like I'm sitting, and that describes an ongoing condition in which I am right now. And this being is this ongoing reality of that I'm in, that I'm doing. What is it? What is it? How can you begin to grapple with an understanding of reality? So, you can, in some sense, human beings in front of reality in some way kind of reverse engineer. We're always reverse engineering. We're always kind of pulling it apart and digging deeper and deeper in. Then the next question, we reverse engineer everything, trying to get back through the phenomenon to its origin in some way, right? And it's that because there's a historic, philosophical, and history of thought process of that journey. But the person who faces reality straight away is already confronted immediately with that what? And
Thank you. Thank you. And John, I'd like to go right back to that question before about or that issue I brought up before of this control that we always want to have over our lives. Somehow we see ourselves as the source of our own happiness. And I'm sure you see it in students, but we see it in adults, we see it in the elderly, we see it in everyone, Catholic, non-Catholic, non-religious. Everyone seems to share in this. Is it still possible today, and I'm thinking now in particular about your students, it's still possible for them to discover a vulnerability that opens them up to this recognition that they ultimately depend, to discover a new serenity in understanding that ultimately they depend on another?
Yeah, my experience of that is, and it's related to what Father Michael said, is that students, they're taught they have to rely on themselves. And they're taught that what matters is their achievements. And therefore, they're very anxious. Most of them live, it's kind of an anxiety-ridden. Am I going to do enough? Am I going to get this job? Am I going to get this enough prestigious of a job, etc.? If you scratch beneath the surface of that anxiety, you find an incredible vulnerability. And I think, remember, Giussani talks about the communitarian dimension. He says it's very difficult to get to that level of vulnerability because it means taking a risk. It means acting on what you've perceived. And it's the community dimension that helps you take that risk. And so students, I think, you can, if you scratch just that surface, and even, you can't say it this way, but help them identify this anxiety, but you can't say it like that. But still, that what that at bottom is they don't want to take any risks, right? Because they're afraid to take a risk, because they're afraid that if they take a risk, they won't get an A, to put it bluntly. So they don't want to do anything new, they don't want to. Therefore, what you need in order to help them get farther is that community dimension. Like, there's going to be someone to help you. There's going to be someone to catch you. Like, you're not actually by yourself. There is a network of help, and I think you have to be willing to be that help, because it doesn't do any good to point it out philosophically. But as Giussani says, it's when somebody offers to help you that you all of a sudden think, wow, maybe I could take that seriously. And this vulnerability that I'm hiding can go somewhere. And of course, ultimately, that requires a sense that somebody else larger is taking care of you. But that's the second step.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to another question, which is that of chapter 9, well, one could say chapter 6 to 9. It's all on ideology and preconception. And, we seem to draw ideas of what the good life is, what success means, ideas about our bodies, our ideas regarding gender, equality, diversity, from images that are sent to us by the world, let's say, by what Father Giussani would call the common mentality, by preconceptions that reach us. And Father Giussani says that preconception, I quote, confines itself to the familiar and expected. Why is it these images that come from others end up becoming the familiar and expected? Why is it not, how can I put it, what we desire most, await the most, even if we're not particularly expecting it, but await the most in our deepest, what is deepest in our heart that we really want for our lives? Why is that not the familiar? Why is it always a preconception that is the familiar? We could begin with, John, did you want to start on that?
I would say that it's because to become aware of something for which is the answer to your questions, but exceeds reason itself and exceeds you, that's frightening. It's that And so we block it. We've been taught to block it, really. I think looking at my students, they've been sold a bill of goods and a mess of pottage for their birthright. They've been taught to block it. And so, because it doesn't require taking the risk that being true to this awareness does require. So it's like Mary, that's why she shows up in that text. The most unimaginable thing was announced to her, and she didn't block it. She was open to it. And that meant open to all the sorrows, and yet to something that transcended all of them.
I think that to hold the original position of the human being is profoundly dramatic. The more you live, the more you look, and the more you experience the real, the more you realize that there's a profound drama in living the real, in that you don't find, the answer to my need, the answer to my heart is not in the mall. It's not something I can make in the workshop. It's not something that's been invented now or next year in the corporations of the world. It's not here. It's not here. So I think it's in chapter 14 that Father Giussani develops this theme of the painful, vertiginous drama of the human being who knows and perceives that there is something. I go back to what I opened up with, the expectation. They're expecting something that's not there. And it's very, very comfortable, as Father Giussani says there in chapter 14. It's very, very comfortable to say, this is it. This is it. This is the answer. My career, my power, my influence, my girlfriend, my money, it's very, very easy, both at the individual and at the political and social level. It's very, very easy, and it's very comfortable to say, let's all agree that this is what we want to pursue. But the heart cries. The heart ultimately cries, and we become people that live a quiet desperation. Because even though we've all kind of come up with this conspiracy in the world that this is what we're after, somewhere inside we know it's not. And that no matter how much we pursue this, it's not going to get there. So I think that I'd say the reason that we choose those identifiable by us familiar solutions is to escape the drama of what it is to be a human being.
Thank you. We've had this discussion today, not to explain the book, but to encourage people to read the book from two witnesses who grappled with the book. So I really want to thank both of you for this wonderful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I should let you know also, Father Giussani's new translation of The Religious Sense is on sale at the Human Adventure book table just outside the auditorium. Also, a plug for the exhibit on Father Giussani. Make sure you visit it, just the back, my back right-hand corner. And one important announcement, you are part of the New York Encounter, a place that welcomes everybody. Help us keep it alive. We invite you to give generously at our donation table outside this auditorium, or in a couple of clicks at newyorkencounter.org/donate. Your donation is tax deductible.
Buy a brick.
Thank you.
Am I still on?
In a few minutes, on the second floor auditorium, there'll be the presentation of the exhibit, Why We Work, Daily Bread, Dynamic Times, 5:30 on the second floor. Stay with us through the evening, have dinner at the food court, and join us right here in the main auditorium at 9 p.m. for the singer-songwriter performance, The New Adventure of the Encounter. Thank you.
gently away from its launch vehicle.
Pictures of this telescope.
Go web, go web.
Yes, go web.
Ironically enough, as we marvel on this view from the upper stage camera, this will be humanity's last Carlos.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for joining us tonight. On behalf of the Encounter, I would like to welcome those here in New York and those following us online. My name is Maria Elena Monzani. I'm a lead scientist at Stanford University and an adjunct scholar at the Vatican Observatory. I will moderate this event. Before starting, I would like to thank the Benedictine College for its generous support in organizing our conversation. We have two exceptional speakers tonight. I'm very excited for all of you. I will introduce them quickly and then give the stage to them. Stephanie Milam is the James Webb Space Telescope Deputy Project Scientist for Planetary Science. Her expertise is in the compositional studies of primitive bodies, namely comets, and uses ground and space-based facilities to understand their connection to the formation and evolution of planetary systems. Massimo Roberto is full scientist at the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore, and is currently instrument scientist for NIRCam, the near-infrared camera for the James Webb Space Telescope. In the past, he has led a number of programs with the Hubble telescope, including the Treasury program on the Orion Nebula cluster. This is the largest Hubble program ever dedicated to the formation of stars, and has produced some of the most beautiful images ever made by the Hubble telescope. Stephanie, why don't you get us started?
All right. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. And thanks again to everybody for being here. I'm going to get us started and let you know what we've been doing with the James Webb Space Telescope. But first, I want to give you a little bit of background. So this telescope is actually a long time coming for us. It's known as the successor to the Hubble Space Telescope, but I'll tell you, and Massimo will tell you, a little bit about why it isn't exactly a successor to the Hubble Space Telescope. So once Hubble was launched, we had challenges presented with us. This was a whole new view of the universe, and we were seeing things that we hadn't ever seen before with fantastic resolution and sensitivity. You've all grown up and know the Hubble Space Telescope images just as intimately as I do. But we already knew, even within the first few years, that we wanted to do better, and we wanted to know how to do better. So a group of scientists were actually pulled together, and they determined that we needed to go to longer wavelengths. We needed an infrared telescope that was just as capable as the Hubble Space Telescope. So we had to build one that was a telescope that's over 100 times more powerful. We needed a telescope that was over 50 times the resolution of our former infrared space telescope, known as the Spitzer Space Telescope. It needed to be comparable in size to the largest ground-based telescopes at the time, but because it had to be big, that means we had some engineering challenges, which I'll talk about a little bit. We wanted to send it 1 million miles away from Earth to the second Lagrange point because it's an infrared telescope. We're looking for heat signals. So the heat from the sun, the Earth, and the moon needed to be avoided as best as possible. We had to have a cryogenic operating telescope, and basically the best instruments that you could possibly build. And I'm sitting next to one of our instrument scientists, so you'll get to hear some of that too. So let's talk a little bit about Hubble versus the James Webb Space Telescope. It is huge. It actually stands about 3 stories high. The sun shield, which is the large silver structure on the bottom here, is about the size of a tennis court. Whereas Hubble, the whole space telescope, is about the size of a public bus. So we have a mirror for Hubble that's 2.4 meters in diameter, and the James Webb Space Telescope is about 6.5 meters in diameter. Hubble was launched in the 90s. We launched the James Webb Space Telescope on Christmas Day of 2021. Hubble has been operating successfully for over 31 years now. JWST was launched with the mission expectation of 10 years, but after our beautiful launch, we now know that we have 20 years. You can see that the mass, even though we have an extremely large telescope, was lightweighted so that it's actually half the mass of the Hubble Space Telescope, which is quite significant and definitely an engineering challenge that was met. And because we're 1 million miles away from Earth, we're very cold. So basically, this is a really big telescope. This is a picture of a scale model at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, where I work, showing you part of the team. So we have this huge telescope, and we have to figure out how to put that into the fairing of a rocket. So we had to present ourselves with the engineering challenge of how to fold a telescope. So sometimes you'll hear JWST is now called an origami-like telescope, and that's because we have to fold it up. So to do so, we fold the mirrors, the three sets of 3 mirrors on the side fold back, the secondary mirror folds up, and then our sun shield pushes in and then folds up on either end so that we fit nice and tight into the fairing of an Ariane 5 rocket. And this is what it looks like when it's folded up. And that's actually me standing in front of the telescope about a month before we sent it down to French Guiana for launch. It was huge. I cried.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, unité, top.
So we launched on Christmas Day of 2021.
And we have engine start.
This was the most terrifying moment of my career.
Decollage, liftoff from a tropical rainforest to the edge of time itself. James Webb begins a voyage back to the birth of the universe.
Spending over 20 years to build a telescope and then putting it on a rocket is very terrifying.
Pitch program reported.
A $10 billion telescope. This is the operations center in Baltimore, Maryland. Watching intently, I believe Massimo was there. I was sitting at home in my living room with my dog, my boyfriend, and my niece.
Confirmation of observatory separation.
Our launch was exceptionally nominal, and I think nominal just doesn't even describe it. It was absolutely perfect. And in fact, it was so perfect, we got to see our first deployment. And that was a complete surprise to us. After launch, we were fortunate enough to have a camera on the rocket itself showing the spacecraft, as you see here, separating. If the launch wasn't as perfect as it was, we would have to do a couple of tiny maneuver corrections, burn some thrusters to make sure the telescope was going in the right direction. But we didn't have to do that at all, and we saw our first deployment, which was the sun shield, the solar panel. So we were off of battery power almost immediately, which was fantastic and demonstrated how successful this mission was already going to be. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Massimo. Oh, nope, I'm going to talk to you about deployments. Okay, so once we launched, we had about a month of terror. We had to go 1 million miles away from Earth, and we had to deploy the entire origami telescope now. So we have a series of 40 deployable structures, over 178 mechanisms to make them move. Not all of them had backups. There were lots of sleepless nights for an entire month. I will tell you, this was one of the most successful remote deployable sequences NASA's ever had, and now we know how to build large space telescopes. Because of the success of the James Webb Space Telescope, many future generations of even larger space telescopes will likely come. So you can see it was a very complex sequence. Everything worked perfectly, and we were on our way to 1 million miles away from Earth to the second Lagrange point. So we have 5 Lagrange points. These are gravitationally stable points between the Earth-Sun system, and we are the one that is the opposite side of the Sun and we go around the sun with the Earth in an orbit. And this is a fun little picture that you can actually see the telescope on its journey out 1 million miles away from Earth, taken from telescopes in Baltimore, Maryland. So what it looks like as we go around the Earth is we're in this orbit, and we're basically with the Earth going around the sun. But it means the bottom side of our telescope is always has access to both the Earth and the sun. So we have a small solar array for power, and we can communicate with the Earth continuously with our communication system. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Massimo.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to tell you something about how the telescope is actually built, the main elements, and how to achieve what we need. Just to clarify, all of us are at the wavelength that we observe with the Hubble. We are all shiny bright, but we, in the sense that each one of us, or each piece of matter, this microphone, everything at this temperature emits gazillions of photons. So if you want to look a few photons that have traveled across the universe from a remote galaxy, is a problem to do it from here. We need to cool down things to crazy low temperature, like 230 degrees centigrade below zero, 40 Kelvin. And this is what we do with the Webb. It's an ultra cold telescope. Now the problem is that the sun, like the Earth and the Moon, are shiny bright. They warm up things, so we need to keep isolated this cold side from the warm side, which is the one facing the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon. So here in this graphics, the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun are on the bottom, and the telescope is on the top. The top is isolated, is shielded by these 5 layers. It's like an umbrella that keeps the two things completely separated. And the top part is basically just exposed to the cold universe. The universe is even colder than our temperatures. It's 270 degrees below zero, 3 Kelvin. So in this situation, we reach our extremely low operating temperature. Apart from that, the telescope is rather conventional, you may say. The telescope is a machine that receives light from sources which are at an infinite distance. So parallel rays coming from each point of the sky with tiny different angle, and they are all concentrated on small points on what we call the focal plane, which is where we take the images. This is basically the principle. Collect these parallel beams and focus them on the image of these objects. So in fact, once we collect the points, we can split the light, send the light to different instruments and to be analyzed in different ways. There are 17 observing modes, 17 ways to analyze light, infrared light on the Webb. The instrument that I mostly followed is called NIRCam. In this picture is the central one, the gold one. But there are other 3 around that serve different purposes. NIRCam has this structure that is shown here. Is like 2 sides, one on the top, one on the other. On the bottom, they are basically the mirror image of the other. Why 2? Why is built in this way? Because NIRCam has a double task. On the one hand is the instrument that takes wide field images of the sky, so it's the prime imager. But on the other hand is the instrument that keeps the telescope together, aligned, because as we have seen, the mirror is, and I will return on that, the telescope is built, the giant mirror is not a single piece, it's built with 18 segments, and these 18 segments need to be kept together to form like a single surface, the surface of an ideal mirror. And this is done with instrumentation that is built on NIRCam. So NIRCam has to serve the telescope, keep it in good order, and this is important not only for us, but for all the other instruments. So it's like a servant that keeps the machine aligned. So there are 2 of them, because if you miss one, if one stops working, the other one is still alive. So it's for the type of redundancy that we like to have in space mission. And so NIRCam is not only capable of looking at the sky, as we will see, but is capable of looking at the telescope and making sure that the mirrors are in place. And this is one of the first images we have taken where NIRCam, the instrument, is actually looking at the mirrors themselves, the 18 mirrors. And what is happening here is that one of the mirrors is actually exactly pointing to a bright star and therefore is illuminated. All the others are just still of alignment. So they are looking at the dark sky, there is nothing bright, so they look less bright. But analyzing this type of images and others, even a little bit more exotic, so to speak, we were able, as I will show you, to align the telescope. That's the selfie of the mirrors is something that you can easily imagine, because it's really the reproduction of the mirrors that we were seeing that from the ground. So this is a selfie as well that Stephanie made in the clean room. So I have no time to tell you about the fascinating choreography, but took a couple of months to put all the mirrors together. We were talking about capturing them, understanding where they are pointing, and make sure that they are eventually co-aligned and produce all the light that they see is concentrated on a single point for each star. It's like a little bit herding cats at the beginning, because the mirrors were actually pretty well aligned at the beginning, but the launch, as we have seen, is a terrific environment. The vibrations are such that things start to move around, and therefore we had to move. Each mirror has 6 actuators, so there are degrees of freedom, and we need to understand each one of them for each mirror what it does. So it's been quite time-consuming, and the choreography has been rehearsed and tested for years. So when we need the time, we know exactly what to do step by step. It took only 2 months to do this. And this is one of the first images. This is how a bright star appears immediately after launch. We knew at this point that the telescope was alive, the detectors were alive, but clearly you see 18 stars, each one a little bit bad, elongated, misaligned, out of focus, because we need to put together 18 telescopes to make sure they work like a single one. So this is how we started, and then moving the mirrors and taking day after day images and going back and forth, we started getting first the 18 segments to understand where each mirror is pointing, actually, so like capturing what is looking, and then focusing, which is the middle one, and then finally putting all of them together so we get a single image from the 18 mirror. That is not actually the end point, because it's not only that the mirrors, the telescope has to collect the light and put in a point, but we want really all these surfaces to be exactly on the ideal, perfect mathematical curve that produces a single mirror, because then a more subtle phenomenon, what is called interference, plays, and you get the ideal theoretical image of a perfect 6.5-meter telescope. And this is what happened when we saw that. Suddenly the star became incredibly bright, incredibly sharp, and due to the sensitivity of a 6.5 telescope, what happens is that together with our bright star that we were looking at, suddenly we see all these galaxies popping up from the background, because the telescope reaches immediately a sensitivity that was, even if you do the math and you do the calculations, I tell you, there is no way to beat the surprise that you see when you really realize what you have in your hands, the level of sensitivity of this telescope. The galaxies seen were infrared galaxies that with the Hubble we would have had a terrible time reaching them, and they were just showing up everywhere. This is another of the first images, just to give you an idea of the change. This is not a single star. This is still with the mirrors poorly aligned, pointing the Magellanic Cloud, a region full of stars. And here, everything gets messed up, because all these stars are seen 18 times out of focus. This was the real beginning. This was a great image for us, because we understood that the mirrors, the instrument, everything was working, just needed alignment. And this is what happens at the end. This is the same field. After everything is on focus, after these months of work that lasted about what was 1 year ago, in these days, we started producing these images. Now, you can imagine day after day for us, at some point you are in the control room around there and you see clapping, because every few hours there was one of these steps, and we were just going after step in this choreography rehearsed for years. Things were going well and well and well and well, and seemed better and better and better. It was really a fascinating time, the highest point of our career. And this is what happens where the instrument, NIRCam, has aligned the telescope, everything is in order, then all the other instruments start to see. And this is a beautiful picture because show the incredible quality of all the other instruments. Now I remember I show you the 4th at the beginning. There is a 5th one, which is like a servant to all of us to keep the pointing. And this is how they all behave in the right way. This is an image that shows you the change, actually. Webb is not the first infrared telescope that we had. The NASA had a cornerstone, a very important mission. Spitzer was a fundamental satellite that we relied, as infrared astronomy has been built on Spitzer for decades. And this on the left is the image that we had from Spitzer, from a camera at 8 micron. And you see now the change that we get with Webb is basically the same wavelength and gives you an idea of the dramatic change in sensitivity. And all these images taken with the Webb that I'm showing you are really like snapshots. It's not that we have made to produce this. This is not a giant investment of time. It's just the way the telescope works when you spend a few minutes on a celestial field. I guess you can take over and show now. I've given you an overview of how the telescope has been built, and now maybe some recent results. Stephanie may show you something new science.
Thanks, Massimo. So last summer, we finished commissioning the telescope, and it was 6 months of just endless nights, making sure everything was beautifully aligned, as Massimo just showed us. And so last summer, we had an event where we wanted to show the world how well the telescope actually performed. And so we released a series of images. The president actually released our very first image, and it was called JWST's first deep field. So what you're seeing here is what that image actually looks like in Hubble's eyes. So with the Hubble Space Telescope, we actually observed the same region as the James Webb Space Telescope did. And this particular image with Hubble took, I think, 2 weeks worth of Hubble time. It took a considerable amount of time to do. With less than 8 hours, JWST surpassed the sensitivity of the Hubble Space Telescope. You can see hundreds of thousands more galaxies. And I want you to think about one thing. This image, the size of this image, if you had a grain of sand and you held your arm out at arm's length and you put it against the sky, that's the size of the sky that we're actually imaging. And we see thousands of galaxies within a grain of sand. So just the mere vastness of what we are already seeing, the first image released with JWST already blew us away with the capability, and 8 hours. This is a blink of time. We have a 20-year mission, and this is what we are able to do in 8 hours. So this was absolutely mind-blowing. Also, what's fantastic about this image is we are getting to see real physics and real science in action. So the center brightest galaxies, the 5 that are sort of right along the line under that bright, sharp, pointy star, are galaxies that are so massive that they're actually bending light around them. And so some of these galaxies that you see that are almost streaked and smeared, they're actually galaxies that are much, much further away, and the light is being pulled by the massive mass of those other 5 galaxies and being stretched around them. So this is called gravitational lensing. This is something Einstein told us that we would be able to observe. We do observe it. We have so with the Hubble Space Telescope, but almost every field we look at now with the James Webb Space Telescope, we're seeing lensing in some form of another. It's absolutely fantastic. So this is just giving you sort of a pictorial representation of what I'm trying to explain about light coming and being bent around. I'm going to let Massimo talk about this next image because he has a little bit of passion for it.
So one of the first things that we did immediately after commissioning, before really going into science, was to demonstrate to the community, to our colleagues, to NASA, that everything was in order. So we picked up a few secret targets. We were under embargo, we cannot say what they are, only a very small group. And a very small group of us met every day for like 45 days at the end of the first 6 months. And this data, this science observation started to come, and we were observing a few selected fields. One of those was a star-forming region in Carina. This is how the nebula looks like seen from the ground. It's a giant star-forming region, about 6,000 light years from us, so not too far. It's in our galaxy, and of course it's huge. Now we have said how small is the telescope is sort of a microscope if you think about how much area we can look. And even with our largest camera, we cannot really have this type of vision, which is something you get from the ground with a small telescope. We pointed the region up there, like a satellite star-forming region in this giant area. And we actually, with our instrument, managed to get a snapshot of that area in the red rectangle. So this is where we pointed, and we took a series of images. This is the result of the final image. That is one of the most spectacular visions we ever had of the star-forming region. What is happening here is that there are bright stars, giant stars that just formed. They are out of the field, they are above, and they are blowing away ultraviolet light mostly, and this ultraviolet light is eroding the molecular cloud, the dust, the material, where new stars are actually forming. So it's a race against time between this destruction from the ultraviolet light coming from the top and the fact that inside here new stars are trying to form. Now, I have to say, technically, we don't take that image so easily. The instruments, our instruments only work black and white, because when you want the ultimate sensitivity, you don't take color images, you take images in black and white to get the last photon on your detector. The way you get the light is that you put a piece of glass, a color glass, so to speak, or a bit more sophisticated, but that's the idea. You put glass that can only transmit certain wavelengths. So you do again and again the same picture, changing the yellow, the blue, the red. In fact, you are working in other colors, other wavelengths in the infrared. But this is what you get at 3.35 micron. This is what you can do. Once you get the image, you tell to a technician, an artist, let's use this as your blue image in your computer. Then you change the wavelength, you get another black and white at 444 micron, it's the green, and then you can get a third one at 4.7 micron. So different images, they are produced in these colors, which are those that our eye can see, but they come from different wavelengths. And only when they are combined, you see this type of results. So this is the standard technique for us to obtain these images. Now, each filter that is taken is not taken for this image, is motivated by a deep and well-thought scientific question. Is our art as astronomer to decide in the 29, 30 filters that we have on NIRCam, for example, what are the 3, 4, 5, 6 that we want to use to answer certain scientific questions. But once you get the observations, then artists can produce these spectacular images. Now here, I wish I had time, but this really shows the zoo of the incredibly rich phenomenology that we see when stars form. It's a very rapid phenomenon, and in the 1 million year, that is very short, the sun is 4,700 million years old. It's 4.7 billion. But this is so a very short phase. A lot of things are happening. The star is absorbing matter, is ejecting matter, and all of this is now shown here in a fantastic display. This is material for us for years of study, and this is again an image that was taken to demonstrate that the instrument work was not really, it's open to the public. This is something that I know people is now working on this data, but we have collected many more of these images already. This was really one of the first ones, and for us was completely amazing. Coming closer, there are the same phenomena can be seen in even greater detail, like in this class 0 protostar. I let Stephanie talk about that.
So after commissioning, we released our first images, and that actually kicked off our science operations. So we are now operating the telescope as Hubble is operated every single day. 24 hours a day, we are collecting new science. And I'm going to highlight some of our new images that we have. You can find all of these online. It's absolutely free for you to use if you need a new screensaver on your computer, or if your phone doesn't have the Carina Nebula, I don't know who you are. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of these, and I'll try to go through fairly quickly. So if you have scientific questions about them, feel free to come ask Massimo or I later. But I'm not going to go into a lot of the science details. I'm just going to highlight some of my favorite things about them. So as Massimo just said, this is a protostar. So this is actually the phase of a star where it's just becoming a star. So gas and dust are these giant clouds like the Carina Nebula that they start forming clumps. They get denser and denser, and instead of raining as the clouds in our own, or snowing, as the clouds in our own sky would do, they actually just get more and more massive because they don't have gravity pulling them down into rain onto another surface. So once that gravity gets heavy enough, atoms themselves actually start forming bigger and bigger atoms. So you start getting fusion of different atoms. So hydrogen starts fusing. And this is when the star actually becomes a star. So this is a phase where that is actually happening. And it's actually pooling all of the material from the nearby gas and dust cloud around in a disk. So if you zoom in on this image, whenever you go home tonight and you start downloading JWST images, you'll see that there's a tiny little black line going right across the middle of this hourglass, and that is actually the protostar and the disk. So it's such thick amount of dust and gas that you actually can't even see through it. But what you can see is as all of that dust and gas is starting to condense into the star and make the star a star, energy has to escape from it. And that's what we're seeing in this beautiful display, is the energy from that protostar just lighting up all of the cloud and the material that's around it. What my favorite fact about this image is, you cannot see this with the Hubble Space Telescope. You cannot see this with your own eyes. This is something that is actually illuminated only at longer wavelengths in the infrared. So it is one of my favorite images by far. The Eagle Nebula, or otherwise known as the Pillars of Creation, are absolutely fantastic. The Hubble Space Telescope image, the one on the left, is something that I grew up with and had hanging in my office through school, and always had this, impression that this was the best that you would ever get. Images weren't ever going to be better. Well, and then JWST came along and blew it away, and it's job security for me, I suppose, but it's absolutely fantastic. And the detail of what's going on in these giant gas and dust clouds, as Massimo was telling you, is something that we even didn't expect as astronomers. We are seeing phenomenon that we've never been able to study and details that we've never had, and this is absolutely fantastic. One thing I'll highlight in this particular image is if you look at the tips of the fingers in the JWST side on the right, they're red. And that's where protostars are actually starting to form. They're getting hot enough that they're actually lighting up the cloud and illuminating them with, this is actually hydrogen. So this is a fantastic example of what we can study. JWST is also studying planets around other stars. This was a challenge for us because when the mission was actually conceived, planets around other stars weren't known. There was a theory that they were there. But we actually started designing the telescope without the capability to study these objects. And now it's just one of the hottest topics in astrophysics. Fortunately, we had the insight to design some instrumentation to start studying these planets. There's over 5,000 planets now known around stars in our own galaxy. they don't look like our solar system. So what you're seeing here is the orbit of the planets of our solar system in these dashed lines compared to all of the known, at least as of 2012, exoplanetary systems. So planets orbiting the stars that we've been able to detect and observe up to this point in time. And you can see that none of them look like our solar system. And this is because this is really, really hard to do. It's really hard to study planets around other stars. And I'm going to tell you how we do this with the James Webb Space Telescope. So what we do is we stare at a star, and we wait for it to twinkle. And when it twinkles, that sometimes means that there's a planet actually passing in front of the star. So it's blocking some portion of the light of that star, making it twinkle. And how much it twinkles depends on how big that planet is, or whether it has a giant atmosphere or no atmosphere at all. And so we actually can do this type of science in our own solar system. So this is the transit of Venus, and we know Venus has a huge atmosphere, but I challenge you to find the atmosphere of Venus in front of the sun in this image. Venus has a big atmosphere, and it's very dense, and it's very chemically interesting. With our own eyes, we cannot even see the atmosphere. So we're looking at planets now thousands of light years away, trying to see if they have an atmosphere, and trying to see if they look like Earth's atmosphere, because we're crazy. But fortunately, we have fantastic instrumentation that's able to do this for us. And so what we do is we use the different wavelengths, as Massimo was showing you, and we put them on different molecules that we want to know if they're in an atmosphere. So if we want to look for Earth 2.0, we need water, carbon dioxide, methane, pick your favorite molecule in the atmosphere. And so we tune our filters to those particular wavelengths, and we watch the star twinkle. If it twinkles for water, that means there's water in the atmosphere. If it twinkles for carbon dioxide, there's carbon dioxide. And we basically take this information as the planet goes in front of its star, and we produce a spectrum. We can tell you how much of that molecule is there. And this is actually one of our science results showing you the first detection of carbon dioxide in another planet outside of our solar system. And of course, the only way to know what's going on in planets around other stars is to know what's going on in our own planets, in our own solar system. And I can tell you, we don't know what is going on to our nearest neighbors. So I'm quickly going to highlight some of my favorite solar system cases, because this is what I do for a living. And Jupiter is by far one of my favorite images. This was the first one we released for JWST. And the amazing sensitivity and dynamic range of seeing the rings of Jupiter compared to the planet itself. It's 10,000 times brighter than the rings. And we're able to observe both of them at the exact same time, studying the aurora, the great red spot, and all the dynamic atmosphere that's going on. We recently released this image of the Neptune system. The most impressive part about this image is it's photobombed by galaxies. Everywhere we look, there's galaxies. I should have been a galactic astronomer, not a planetary astronomer, but here we are. This is fantastic. So Neptune has not been seen in this type of resolution or light in over 30 years. With the Voyager flyby mission was the last time we saw the rings of Neptune. And I can tell you, it was amazing. This is like 3 minutes of JWST time. And we already saw better than we were able to see with a flyby mission 30 years ago. We see satellites, we see rings, we see clouds in the atmosphere. There's all kinds of science already being done from this one image, 3 minutes of JWST time. We've already blown the record for solar system capabilities. This is great. Sign the check. Let me retire. Let's go. Last week, we released Pandora's cluster. This is a fantastic cluster environment that's nearby. I'm just panning through the image so you can just see the extent and beauty of this particular clustered image. You see some of the galaxies are even streaked still and arced. Again, all the lensing that's happening. Fantastic resolution. Lots of tiny little red dots. Those little red dots are all galaxies too. And it either means that they're really far away or they're really dusty. And the only way to determine that is to actually take the spectrum of it. We have to break that light apart and see if it's dust or if it's actually distance. And so this is what astronomers are doing day in and day out, because we want to see if we can detect the first galaxies of the universe with this telescope. And so by doing so, we're studying not only the evolution of our cosmic history, we want to know how galaxies formed, how they evolve. Why do we see beautiful structure in galaxies that are nearby? And then it kind of turns into fuzzy mess the further back in towards the Big Bang that we actually look. So JWST is enabling us to do new science that we haven't had access or capability of doing before. And with that, we've actually, oops. It's not going. Go. Go. Okay. All right. I'm afraid to push too many times. So this is some of our most distant candidates now that we have. So looking at redshifts of 10.5 to 12.5 redshift, which is only 350 million years after the Big Bang. And this is not even a full year of JWST science. And we're already pushing and breaking the record for the most distant objects. So more to come. I'm extremely excited about the science that's being enabled, and I can't wait for the next generation of scientists to use this telescope and tell us all the discoveries that are yet to be made. Thanks for your time.
So we have a few minutes left. We would like to hear more from them, if you will indulge us. I would like to ask Massimo a slightly personal question. I know you were assigned to this project in 1999, so that's been a while. It's most of anybody's career, 24 years. This was one of the most ambitious projects that humanity ever attempted. There were slowdowns, technical challenges, budget challenges, political challenges. What was that like, and how did you persevere all the way to here? What helped you?
Yeah, I joined the project in 1999 almost too early, because I was hired by the European Space Agency to come here, and then they realized that once I had started working that European Space Agency had not yet signed a contract with NASA to collaborate on the project. So for 7 years I had to work on the Hubble, and I was instrument scientist for the Hubble infrared instrument before. So I've been around for a while, and I've been through all this stuff. It's has been a great adventure. And there is to remain on the project, to be passionate about that. It requires like the desire of doing something great with your life. Desire of doing something great, and something that, let me say, greater than, and it's not for you even. No, it's something that you donate to the. You do something you do because it has to be done. I was telling my wife yesterday, we were reflecting about this. When I moved, I was in my early 40s, so I had already some expertise. You don't come here if you are just fresh cookie. I had already done something pretty noticeable at the time. I moved here to work on web and the Hubble. But I was not the senior position, right? There was people in the mid-50s, 60s that were the godfathers of this idea, those that had the authority to draft the drawing that you've seen in the early slide. And I was noticing that, well, they are all retired. They were all fully retired. And some of them, let me say, fighting with Alzheimer. at the time of launch. So you work on this project like you work on a cathedral. You work on this project is really at some point is not for you. No, it's because it's a great thing to do, is because we are here together, and you start something that you may not end, you may not see to the end, but you stay, you do it because it's something great that you want to do with your life.
Thank you. Speaking of the cathedral, Stephanie, you said something very moving last week, about the beauty of looking at those images and what they mean to you. And maybe you can tell us a little bit what this has felt like since, launch and commissioning, and what else we've been looking for the last year or so.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so being on the project has been very emotional. It is absolutely a privilege to get to work in the position that I do. I get to see all of the images before everybody else does, which is really cool. But it's also really, really hard to be around any friends, especially with a glass of wine, because you want to tell them all the great things. So it's a lot of fun. But I will say that the beauty of these images speaks for themselves. Every time I give a talk about JWST, everyone's like, oh, it was such a good talk. And I was like, I didn't have to say anything. Look, just look. It speaks to you. It's beauty that can't be comprehended in any way. The vastness of the universe, the intricate details that we're now seeing, it's emotional. And it is something that we are now sharing with the world, and it is so fantastic to be part of this project. We've done some really cool stuff already. We've had detected some of the most distant galaxies now in the universe. We're watching star formation happen in real time. We're seeing clouds on Neptune and other planets in our solar system. It's been amazing. But one of the coolest things that we've done is we actually got to watch the DART impact mission. So I think I have some graphics showing what this mission was about. So NASA has this mission that they were able to do last year that had a satellite, or a spacecraft, that was actually crashing into an asteroid system. So it's 2 asteroids. And what they're doing is, for planetary defense, they were trying to move the moonlet, so the smaller of the 2 asteroids. So by moving it, it's demonstrating that if there's an asteroid coming towards Earth and it's going to implode and hit us, and dinosaur kind of event, we can go and nudge the asteroid when it's far enough away so that it doesn't actually hit us. So this was really cool, but not only was this amazing to do for a planetary defense sort of demonstration, but it was also very cool scientifically. So this was the first time JWST got to support a planetary mission, which meant we had to track an asteroid that was going really, really fast. And so this was where my job got to be the best, because I get to tell all the engineers that built this fantastic, extremely sensitive telescope that's pointing across the universe, I tell them I want to go really, really, really fast so that we can watch this asteroid blow up. And they're like, you're crazy, Stephanie. And I was like, no, we could do this, we could do this. So a lot of people actually helped work behind the scenes to prove that we could actually do this. And so we actually did observe the DART impact mission. And so what you're seeing on the left here is, it's a really quick image that's looping, I apologize. But you'll notice that it starts very, very faint. And that's right before the impact, and then it gets extremely bright, and you see this huge burst of energy. We're disentangling the information now. It's very, very hard to do because the asteroid was extremely bright. And there was so much dust that was released. We're trying to dig in through all of that dust to find out where the actual ejecta of the material from the spacecraft came from. This was also the first time that JWST observed the exact same thing as the Hubble Space Telescope. So we have simultaneous imaging that happened with the Hubble Space Telescope. So this was one of my proud moments I get to say that I was involved in. We're working on the science now. It's been amazing, and more to come for sure.
Massimo, I'll go back to you for a second. I said in the introduction you were the owner, although that's not the right word. You led the Orion Nebula project. Not the owner, because those images are for everybody. And you know, the Orion Nebula was one of the very first images that came out with the James Webb. It was part of the original 5 pictures. What is special about that region in the universe, and why are we so fond of it? Besides, you know, it looks awesome.
So the Orion Nebula, which is something that maybe not from New York, but you can see in the evening, a naked eye, is one of the most important regions in the sky, because it's the closest region to us where stars, giant stars are forming. And giant stars have a critical role in the evolution of the universe. They are rare, and they have they live a short life. They're like, I call them the James Dean of stars, right? Very, very energetic, very dynamic, and very short life in some way. Let me say that. So the Orion Nebula is the place closest to us where we see giant stars forming. It's important because when giant stars form, they are accompanied by thousands of more smaller stars, including several like the Sun, like us. Actually, we believe that our Earth formed 4.7 billion years ago in a region like that. And so it's important to understand how stars like the Sun form, how planets like us form, and in general, the entire phenomenon of star formation happens in places like the Orion Nebula. So what I do in particular, I decided for some reason to go in a direction that is not the one that many follow. I study not the supergiant, I study the super small. Because at some point in the Orion Nebula, we start seeing stars which are not even stars. They are like balls of gas that will never shine like stars, and they are very rare. They will stay there forever. They look like planets. We don't know exactly how many are there because they are very faint. Even close to us, we don't count them all. But when they are young, they are sort of more easily visible. So we want to understand these very strange ultra-small stars. They are called the brown dwarfs. The smallest brown dwarfs study in the Orion Nebula, how they form and how many are there. So that's what I do.
So we talked about star formation, we talked about exoplanets, we talked about infrared light and the earliest galaxies. Stephanie, what is the James Webb really looking for?
Everything. So we set out with this observatory to address 4 main themes. One of which is we're looking for the first stars and galaxies that formed in the universe. And so having the capability of this telescope, we're pushing farther and farther. As I've already shown you, we're already breaking our limits, and we hope to find those very first galaxies that formed. Those are going to tell us a lot about how the rest of the universe came to be, how much, fusion was happening in the stars of those galaxies. How did those galaxies evolve? How did they impact the environments around them? We want to understand how stars and planets are being formed, as we've already talked about briefly. We also want to study what planets around other stars look like, and if there are any planets that actually look like Earth. And of course, we want to study our own solar system, which is my personal passion and job. So my favorite thing that's to come, though, is all of the things that we don't know. We don't know what we don't know yet. Every time we take an image, we're learning something new. Every time we take a spectrum, we are learning something new. The discovery space is absolutely beyond. And of course, I'm a cometary scientist, so we are planning to actually study comets as well with the James Webb Space Telescope. And some of you may have heard about this green comet in the sky right now. I actually have a program to observe the green comet in about a week and a half. So stay tuned. I expect everything to be fantastic and new discoveries await.
Along those lines, where do we come from, and are we alone in the universe?
So these are humankind's biggest questions. You know, we've been asking this for as long as we know, as long as there's been a record. And while the James Webb Space Telescope is a fantastic instrument, it is not hunting for little green men. Maybe we will find a planet that looks like Earth's. But more importantly, we want to find a planet that has something going on. We want to see a planet that has an atmosphere that is dynamic. Something is causing it to not just exist. It's being processed in some way. Processing happens in many different ways. If you think about the whole history of the Earth, going from, you know, the heavy bombardment era to how it evolved before we had any form of life here on Earth, or even if we look at the history of Mars, everything changes in very short timescales with respect to the universe. And so we want to see what that process is in another planet, whether it's, you know, volcanoes, whether it's storms, or maybe something even as interesting as
Massimo, what do you think? Are we alone in the universe, and why do we care?
I think we are the little green men. And I'm serious. Now, we are obviously one of the most ephemeral entities in reality. We appear here after 13.78 billion years ago. We have a story which is nothing, like a flash at the end of a day, of a firefly. And still we are the point where in the universe emerges something that builds telescopes. We are the point where protons, electrons, neutrons, matter, energy, whatever is there, becomes aware of itself, where the universe becomes, we are the pinnacle of the universe. We are the point where matter becomes aware of himself and looks at the rest, at what is there, with wonder, with question, with wonder that cannot really be stopped. And let me add, with reason. We build a telescope. We understand the language of reality. We understand what is behind that. After 13.8 billion years, we are here. And this, I think, is the most fascinating thing, that we are the point where the universe reflects on itself. And this is the way I understand the title of this meeting, right? Because this fills me with wonder about myself, no? And the grandeur that each one of us is. And we must be, I think we must be aware of this.
Thank you. We all like to talk. We could go on all evening. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I have one important announcement before closing this event. The Encounter is a miracle in the heart of New York City. It's both a little miracle and a big one. It's a place for all those who seek belonging. We invite you to give generously at our donation table outside this auditorium, or in a couple of clicks at newyorkencounter.org/donate. Please join me in thanking our speakers again, and especially Benedictine College that sponsored this event. Thank you all.
Nice job.
thank you so much to our panelists. Up next, we have the poetry presentation at 7:15 upstairs. And following that, a presentation on Cenacolo community, also on the second floor. If you haven't donated yet, there's still time. You can find the donation desk right outside these doors. Thank you.
Check, check. Whoa. Hey, hey. Where I am. Oh, I need to be here. Uh-huh. Okay, hey, hey. Hey, hey, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, hey. Check, 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 check. Hey, hey. Check. 1. Hey, hey. Check. Hey. Test 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't want this. Hey, hey. Check, check. Hey, 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check. Hey. Yeah, you can just switch the microphone and it's gonna go there.
At 8:15, Hope Reborn. A presentation on Cenacolo community with Albino, Aragno, Jan Ross, and Matteo Ticchi.
Hey, hey.
At 9 p.m., offer for Pope Francis' intention for peace will be celebrated at 9 a.m.
Check, check. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2. Hey. Hello. Hello. Check. Maybe too much. Okay. Good.
Da 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 da. La 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 la. Ah da 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 da. Bum 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 bum. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, they couldn't make the sound check.
What if you want to do that again?
Sing a little bit?
Yeah, I just wanted to use
Bum bum be dum bum bum be dum bum. Oh, 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 oh.
That's nice reverb on it, right? That sounds good.
It's just their own.
Oh, really? Okay. So do you think when people come in, it'll need reverb or no?
We'll see. It
Okay.
depends. This room is so live that.
Yeah. Okay.
Do 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 do.
Sounds good to me.
Cool.
Okay. Do you want me to check the? I'm not playing, but somebody else is gonna play piano. Do you want me to? I guess other people are gonna do it. Oh.
No, play it a little bit. I'm gonna add your violin and vocal to the piano because they probably need to hear it. So I just want to hear it. Just getting music on the.
Just getting music. Someone playing music in the comp. Are they singing?
No, just both of they're just instrumentalists.
The only one that sings, the only pianist that sings is the last act.
Can you play it a little bit?
What'd you say?
You keep playing.
You've got?
A little bit more. Can you give a little bit of a vocal so I can just put it here as well in the scene?
Da 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 dun dun dum dum.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Thanks. Should I leave this on stage or you want me to unplug?
Just give me a second. I have to mute.
Yeah. And I'm sorry if it makes any crackling noises. This is quite a cheap back piece. I'll try just not to touch it. Okay.
And he plays guitar too, so I don't know. What I was asking is I don't know if she's going to need guitar at all. Who? If the piano player when you're playing guitar.
Oh, in the monitor, you mean?
Yeah.
No, because when I play guitar, there's no piano player.
Okay.
It's just yeah.
Oh, it's just you
It's
two.
guitar, violin, and then it's piano and
Got it.
yeah.
Great.
Okay. So should I unplug or?
Yeah, because we like you come in
You're
theory.
gonna use the same.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry we can't get the balance with the other musicians, but I think it's fine. Yeah, sorry about that.
It'll be like, yeah.
I'm not worried about it.
Okay, so now I'm going to start from the top. Tiffany, yeah. And then do you have
let's keep it because then just like, we don't have to switch it.
I'm going to adjust this just a little bit. Oh, that one's full. Okay. For sure. Thank you. Cool. Sweet.
Taking notes?
Yeah. So, when is this going first? First? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that guy was started, now we're starting from the beginning.
So, it's just guitar and vocals, yeah? Uh-huh.
Yep.
Awesome.
Are you just doing poetry or you singing?
I'm singing too. Yeah.
So, let's start with the guitar first.
Guitar 1. Oh, they're active there.
Yeah.
I have like a little knob in here, but it's not showing up for you. You know what I mean? Like it's like the volume thing is.
Can you have it all the way up or the way you're going to have it in the performance?
I usually just put it at 100 and let.
Yeah, 100.
Do you see it now?
I had to change the assignment, so
Okay. I'm not quite sure which way is on.
Okay, just give me a second.
I can't see in there to like.
If you don't get it.
I always forget, so I just. If you don't see it, I'll just flip it the other way.
Okay? Actually, I saw it before. It's off
It's
now.
the other way?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
I see it now.
Now it's better? Now it's on? Okay. Probably a little higher.
Check, 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 check. Welcome, welcome, new communions. Let go of your pain and burdens. Admission is free, just confess you're a human. with a heart open wide to new communion. Welcome new communions. Let go of your pain and burdens. Admission is free. Just confess you're a human with a heart open wide to new communion. Welcome you. I don't really hear it in there, so yeah, I'd like more monitor. Let's crank it up a little, maybe like another 20. There we go. Yeah, even a little bit more. Check, 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 check. Great, that's better. Is this in there? The guitar is in the monitor right now?
Yes.
Okay. Great, yeah. That's better.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, pop, 1, 2, check, check, check.
Maybe a little bit of him in there, that'd be great.
Check, 1, 2, checkity, check, 1, 1, 2, 2,
Maybe
1.
a little less. Are these separate mixes? Okay, great, yeah, I'll take a little less.
Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let me sing too. Yeah.
Check, check. Okay.
What?
Do you want us to try a little, all of it? Okay. Do you want to like, just...
Yeah, I can drop into it. Yeah. Why do I have this yearning? I need you. The messy and authentic you. The brash and bashful of yourself you, because I ain't never had a love like that love. Who communes to the depths of interdependence, blanketing the caverns of fear and wonder, weaving me interconnected. I am special. I am loved by you. And to commune with you is human, is free, is new.
Welcome new communions. Let go of your pain and burdens. Admission is free. Just confess you're a human with a heart open wide. New communion. Well, the darkness survived. Don't stand a chance. The fire started to dance. Faces of friends all gathered around. is that all right? You need anything else? You good back there, sound man? I can't see him. He looks busy, but.
Yeah. Can I get a little of Tiffany in this first monitor
Mix
as well?
one.
A mix one. Thank you.
Cool. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You wanna just like on that something loud like the
Mhm.
bridge.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
And usually I back away from the mic when I hit those big notes, but the room's so big, I assume your compression will just make that. Or do you want me to back? Because I'm not really, I'm going ahead and just like belting it in there. I could give you some headroom.
So just do it usually how you do it.
You want a little bit off mic?
Pull back.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you.
We have Bert. No, that's right. Evening, Bert. This is you, right?
And you going second?
I am. Is this still hot? No, it's muted. I have this as a, so it's got 3 amps in it.
Sean, do we have another one so we can just, like, we don't have to change so much on one guitar? Like, do we have more DIs and stuff?
Yeah, I can throw another DI.
You know what, that might be too hard to, like, manage, so screw it.
Well, just, yeah, it's a matter of he knows which one to get.
When I was listening out there, I don't know if it's just because nobody in the room, but I couldn't hear any, couldn't hear the words and all the, because it's sort of a lyric thing.
It's, the room's empty, so it's not going to sound the same on speaker.
Yeah, I figured so. It's real.
Yeah. So, which microphone are you going to use?
Whichever you'd like me to use.
Stick with 10, I think.
It's fine. The second song, I am using a capo way up high, so it may be a little bit different. You want to give that one a shot? Yeah. That's about the same. It's fine. If it's fine for you, it's fine for me. Okay. All right. Thanks, man. Oops, sorry. I was trying to be good.
Let me sing it and listen very intently. Wouldn't it be a coincidence if I showed up at your residence? I have a little bit more guitar. Wouldn't it be a coincidence if I showed up at your residence, knocking on your door, running away? I think that's good.
You're singing, right? Yeah, get comfortable first and then. Is that a good height? He's working out. You can start to and just get like. Should I keep trying to sing and all that? Yeah, keep going. Okay. Put the fire out and think about
how to face the cold without your warmth. Never did intend to lose everything I needed. When we failed to keep all that we promised, ran away from what we could be. But I'm the one to blame, 'cause I never reached out, didn't want to feed the flame.
There will be a time where we'll sing like really loud. So should we sound check that or no? Okay. I have to like remember what I'm doing.
Will
Good evening. Thank you all for joining us for a night of live performance here at the Encounter. This year, out of our continuing desire to promote art that exemplifies the human person's needs for beauty, truth, and goodness, the Encounter desired to celebrate one of the most basic forms of expressions of the human heart, the song. And so, for the first time ever, we proposed a songwriting contest. Over 60 songwriters from around the world submitted their music. Tonight, we will be listening to the top 5, chosen by our wonderful panel of professional musicians, who at the end of the evening will award the winner. A few words about our judges. Ben Zebelman has more than 20 years' experience creating music to coincide with picture across every medium imaginable. He has written music for feature films and documentaries for Lionsgate, National Geographic TV, the Discovery Channel, and AMC. He has composed music for national and international clients such as Pepsi, Hyundai, and Johnson & Johnson. He is a trained classical pianist and has won numerous awards, among them a Cannes Gold Lion and an Emmy. Frank Domino is Vice President Creative Sync at Warner Chappell Music. For the past 20 years, Frank Domino has applied his broad talents to all facets of music, from songwriting and production to supervision and licensing. This versatility has allowed him to spearhead countless wide-ranging projects, working on everything from ads, trailers, and AAA video games with talent as diverse as Emmy and Grammy Award winners, jazz prodigies, and foreign rock stars. We are lucky to have Frank here with us tonight. Let's give him a hand. Jonathan Fields is a composer, music teacher, and lecturer. After graduating first in his class from Mannes College of Music in 1981, he joined David Horowitz Music Associates and has been an award-winning composer of music for advertising, film, and television. An accomplished guitarist, he has played for numerous recording sessions, as well as for composers Philip Glass and Glenn Branca. In recent years, he has been a frequent lecturer and musical educator. Currently, Mr. Fields is composing music for television and film through his company, El Cid Productions. Please give Jonathan a round of applause. Daryl Tukes has a storied 3-decade musical career that includes vocal arrangements, recordings, and performances with musical giants like Leonard Bernstein, Diana Ross, Roberta Flack, Sting, Aretha Franklin, Rod Stewart, Elton John, Ray Charles, and Christina Aguilera. His self-written and composed song Lifeguard reached number 3 on the Billboard charts. With a voice that has been described as angelic, Tukes has performed at Carnegie Hall, at the White House for sitting Presidents Clinton and Obama, in New York at Radio City Music Hall, Madison Square Garden, and London's Royal Albert Hall. Let's hear it for Daryl. And now for our first performer, Tiffany Thompson. She is a singer-songwriter, experienced designer, and teaching artist. The daughter of a preacher, Tiffany began singing church solos at 5 years old. Her father's work took her all over the world. Along the way, she was learning piano, guitar, and crafting songs, which she continues to do to this day. In her own words, she has described music as a means for us to build bridges between each other. Please give a warm welcome to Tiffany Thompson.
I just want to introduce Spencer Aubrey, who is my poet, my collaborator, my friend, and will be doing 2 pieces for you and threading them together with his original spoken word poetry created for the evening.
Why do I have this yearning? I need you. The messy and authentic you. The brash and bashful of yourself you, because I ain't never had a love like that love, who communes to the depths of interconnectedness, blanketing the caverns of fear and wonder, weaving me interconnected. I am special, and I am loved by you. And to commune with you is human, is free, is new.
Welcome new communions. Let go of your pain and burdens. Admission is free. Just confess you're a human with a heart open wide to new communions. Well, the darkness of night don't stand a chance. Fire and starlight starting to dance. Faces of friends all gathered round. Life in this moment, what's lost is found. Welcome new communion. Let go of your pain and burdens. Admission is free, just confess you're a human with a heart open wide to new communions. Well, we're building a home, breaking some bread, making the time to really listen. You are a mystery I wanna explore. A distant horizon as close as the shore. Welcome new communions. Let go of your pain
Why are our hearts divided? Times where black on black crime seems derided, and the examples are our babies. Mothers' sons plastered over digital walls without recourse for us all. We need the heart of the song to unify a nation at arms with its own. Where is the soul of the nation?
Let it be said, when we finish this race, we kept them free, we led with grace. Let it be seen, from sea to shining sea, beautiful America, living our legacies. Oh, father, mother, sister, brother. Oh, we gotta learn to love each other. Oh, for the soul of the nation. Oh, next generation. Let us be known as people of honor, humble and bold, faithful through fire. Let us hold firm to our convictions with wide open hearts, eager to listen. Oh, father, mother, sister, brother. Oh, we gotta learn to love each other. Oh, for the soul of the nation. For the next generation. Let us make room. Let us reimagine, welcoming voices with true compassion. Let's craft a world with hopes and dreams, for challenges known and those still unseen. Oh, father, mother, sister, brother. Oh, we gotta learn to love each other. Oh, for the soul of the nation. Oh, the next generation.
There are movements in my lines, measures molded into notes under strict time and half-time, a symphony unto which I stretch words as chords in an unending melody. These are the flawless future features of a forgotten system longing to depart from the malevolent oppression of what has been deceptively named freedom. These are the First Amendment petitions that I have scribbled into the lined pages of a generation as the songs fading into the background again and again reveal the notes as more than just measures and movements under time and half-time.
Father, mother, sister, brother. Oh, we gotta learn to love each
Sing these songs out together.
Oh, for the soul of the nation. Oh,
The next generation.
you got it?
Father, mother, sister, brother.
Oh,
father, mother, sister, brother. Oh, we gotta learn to love each other. Oh, for the soul of the nation. For the next generation.
Thank you so much, Spencer Aubrey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany and Spencer. Our next performer, songwriter Burke Ingrafia, hails from New Orleans. Ingrafia blends the sounds of jazz with the warmth of a folky acoustic guitar. His 2020 album, Waves, received critical acclaim from the likes of Offbeat Magazine, the Vancouver Sun, and the National Catholic Review. Let's give a hand for Burke Ingrafia.
Hear me? Oh, there we go. Hello, all you good people. Thanks for being here. When my father was a few years older than I am now, he was in a car wreck and he had a stroke. He could no longer work. He was paralyzed and he had some brain damage. And he and my mom moved from the house that they had lived in to a smaller apartment. And she took care of him for 27 years. She fed him, she bathed him, she got him to daily mass. And she was such an example of sacrificial love for me and for all the people that know her. I wrote this song. This is called What Can I Do For You? Kitchen's too small, and there's so much love. There's never been you or me, only us. An apartment's not a house, but it is a home, taking care of her own. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? I believe that love is a decision. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? It's a decision and it's a for better or for worse, those were her vows. She meant them then, she means them now. There is always a way, and you always hear her say, what can I do for you? What can I do for you? I believe that love is a decision. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? It's a decision and it's a feeling. kitchen's too small, and there's so much love. There's never been you or me, only us. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? I believe that love is a decision. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? It's a decision and it's a feeling too. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? I believe that love is a decision. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? It's a decision and it's a feeling. My dad made a very good choice in choosing a spouse. Me, on the other hand, earlier in my life, I didn't really make such a great choice. After 8 years of marriage, via the mercy and wisdom of the church, I had it annulled, or it was annulled, and started my life over again at late 40s, and thought maybe I was going to try my hand at becoming a Jesuit novice as a brother, and that lasted about 4 months. Great time, but just wasn't my thing. Wonderful group of guys down in Grand Coteau, Louisiana, though. And so I moved up to DC and I started dating again. And all you young people, if you think it's hard when you're in your 20s, try it when you're in your late 40s. Went on this date, this woman said, "I'm spiritual but not religious." And I said, "Well, I'm physical but not athletic, so maybe we're perfect for each other." But they weren't all so bad. There was a really great experience I had. This is a bit of a Catholic love song here. This is called St. Andrew's Day. Will you share this meal with me? Somewhere between Scotland and Sicily. A sip of wine, a simple spread, filling the hole within with broken bread. Perhaps it might be only me and you. Or we could ask all our loved ones to come and join us too. And from across the table you might hear me say, I will not forget St. Andrew's Day. I remember late November, the air it had a chill. I saw you walking toward me up on the hill. We spoke of books and art and saints and giving us too. And that famous composer whom neither of us knew. There's a prayer in all the things that we create. Chosen were the bread and wine, not the wheat and grapes. Maybe it's too soon to feel this way, but I will not forget St. Andrew's Day. Made in the image of someone hidden and obscure, I saw something shimmer in your written words. They were strung together with intention and mystery, like the rosary beads your gift to me. I know you need quiet when you write. I will give you the morning if you give me the night. No, I will never get in the way, and I will not forget St. Andrew's Day. Will you come along, Uncle Drew? Please invite your brother Peter too. We'll travel eastward on the Silk Road with you, following your sandals to someplace new. Or we can lead if you prefer. She will take care of God's children while I take care of her. And even if she decides to go her own way, I will remember St. Andrew's Day. Will you share this meal with me? Somewhere between Scotland and Sicily. The bread of angels, the cup of today. I will not forget St. Andrew's Day. I will not forget St. Andrew's Day. I will remember St. Andrew's Day. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Burke. Our next performer, Matt Kent, is known for fusing R&B, classical, and pop together in new and imaginative ways. He has a popular series on TikTok, turning classical music into a pop song, and is currently signed to the management company Calum Music Production. He draws inspiration from the likes of Ella Fitzgerald and Stevie Wonder, and has enthralled audiences at iconic venues and festivals across New York City and London. Please welcome to the stage, Matt Kent.
How you guys doing? Woo! Thank you so much for having me. My name is Matt Kent. I'm joined here by Maxfield Panish, one of my close friends, who is a very talented violinist. And the first song I'm going to sing is called 17, and it basically sings about loss and the questions about it and, you know, what's left after losing somebody. I hope you can't relate to it, but if you can, I hope you enjoy it, I guess.
What would you say now? Would you be honest? Give me the okay for moving beyond this. 'Cause it's heavy to hold and my fingers gone cold again. Nobody told me it would be easy, losing a lifeline forever completely. Putting the pieces together, I'll put them wherever I want. When I think of you, do you think of me? I wish I had more than a couple memories. It only takes one fire to kill a family tree. Where the hell were you when I was 17? Will you remember me when I'm missing teeth and my hair's all falling out? I'm getting older now, there's so much you missed out on, things you'd frown upon. What is it like up there? Should I be so scared? Are you up there waiting? I really need you now, have I made you proud? I don't think so lately. I don't know if I can feel anymore. It's been so long now, I figured out how to get on. Gave no rhyme, no reason, left like changing seasons. I'll just go on being. When I think of you, do you think of me? I wish I had more than a couple memories. Only takes one fire to kill a family tree. Where the hell were you when I was 17? Will you remember me when I'm missing teeth and my hair's all falling out? I'm getting older now, there's so much you missed out on, things you'd frown upon. What is it like up there? Should I be so scared? Are you up there waiting? I really need you now, have I made you proud? I don't think so lately. So much you missed out on, things you'd frown upon. What is it like up there? Should I be so scared? Are you up there waiting? I really need you now, haven't made you proud. I don't think so lately. Just doing a quick changeover. I want to invite another close friend of mine, Abram Krasonsky. I think I messed up his last name, but I swear he's a close friend. All right, for this next song I'm going to sing, this is from a Mozart piece. It's called Lacrimosa. It's from his Requiem, for any classical fans. I turned this into a pop song, and yeah, I went to school. This is how I met my friends here at classical music school, so I had a little influence of that, and I hope you like it. If you do, please check it out online. It's called Lacrimosa. I just need a quick fix, I ain't gonna miss this. We've already crossed that line this time, I won't get addicted. Tell me lies, girl, say it softly. You'll be saying, take it off me. Normally I ain't the type to play pretend. I don't really care tonight, just say it again, Late night, sunrise, lost in your eyes. Let's play pretend that I'll see you again.